LordRaphael going to take that though, with knowing that Kaiser's so good in that setting?
I'm not sure, actually. I did talk to Raphael a bit at one point, and he did say that he really does like German mirrors. He's very confident in them, but he also said that the only person he might be worried about playing in a German mirror would be Kaiserklein.
So then why would he take that chance? I mean, you got to bet that there's going to be some posturing here, maybe some Dutch or something else used to kind of shake the German off of game one.
Yeah, that's certainly true. I could definitely see that.
Yeah. So what comes after that? We have Baja, California. How about that? Water maps? Do we think there's going to be water play this series?
Neither of these players are really super heavy water players. We did see the Sioux water coming out of Raphael yesterday, so
I forgot about
possible.
that. There's like 8 boats made as without any cards sent, nothing, just a sneaky 8 boats.
Yeah, and that's just how EP works, right? You can mix in that dock, add in a few fishing boats, and it doesn't really hurt your build, and feels pretty good. So, I mean, we could potentially see something like that again. Of course, Kaiser did see that happen in the last series, so he will be aware of that. So maybe we'll see something different, but we'll just have to wait and see.
Yeah, it's true. I hadn't even thought about Sioux. That's something that not very many people seem to be able to pull out, but Raphael, Civ pool very deep, is able to play Sioux. Do you know if Kaiser plays any Sioux?
He does, actually. It is one of the civs that he is capable of playing. I don't think he likes the civ in general, but he does think that they're very strong, and he's very capable of pulling them out, for sure.
So probably not going to see Sioux from him, then.
We might,
Maybe
for
Euro,
sure.
though. Euro is a civ I believe I've seen Kaiser play, and he's quite good at.
Yeah, I think he thinks Eero is quite good as well. So, yeah, definitely another pick that has been doing well this tournament as well. I think. I don't know if it's lost yet, even when it's been played. So,
yeah, it's kind of a sleeper pick. Everyone's kind of leaving it, off the table, saying, "Yeah, it can't be that good. We haven't buffed them enough, And
yeah.
Taking away that 100 wood seems to really be hard on people.
For sure, I definitely thought that the Civ was not great before. Like a couple of weeks ago, I thought the Civ was among the worst Civs, and then recently, as we've played more and some of the players have been practicing, it actually seems like it's actually pretty strong still, even despite the nerfs on the ESOC patch. So I'm definitely expecting to see it at some point in this series. I know Raphael has played it a little bit as well himself. I don't know if he's as comfortable with it as Kaiser is, but it's definitely something that he could do.
Yeah, well, what about that China game? I mean, I thought that the game that was played with China Euro, I thought that the China Death Ball would have done better than it did.
Sadly, I didn't actually see that game. I was busy playing warm-up games with Kaiser, actually, so I'm not sure. But I do think that that matchup is pretty good for Eero from my recent experience. But you do have to play pretty well.
Yeah, it makes me just wonder, like, is the Musket Rider any good or not, is really what I can't tell, because I always feel like it's not great, and then people make a ton of them and are beating China with it. So
it seems like it is actually pretty good. For its cost, it actually does okay. And the problem is more just with Musket Riders that it's just hard to mass enough of them, right?
Yeah, they're so expensive, right? 150 coin?
It's 55 food and 100 coin, I think.
Okay.
But it's just the coin you struggle to get as Iroquois, it feels like.
Yeah, it's expensive to mine coin as any of the native civs, really.
Yeah, it looks like we're still getting the players set up, but hopefully we'll be getting ready any moment now.
Hey, where'd everyone go?
I don't know. Oh, okay. So there's a language issue with the PC, so we're trying to fix that right now, and then we'll get into the games after that, hopefully. But I think after the stream, there's going to be potentially a show match with H2O himself here. Don't know who the opponent's going to be yet, but should be entertaining.
I don't even know who the opponent's going to be. Only Will knows, if he even knows. He's trying to figure it out. But I think that's going to be a subscriber-only show match. So if you haven't subscribed yet, we've hit over 400 subscribers. Push that subscribe button, and let's go for that goal, 500. Almost there.
Yep, and yeah, subscribing definitely helps out the Escape channel a lot. They've been putting a ton of work into this event too, and it's gone really well so far. So definitely support them if you are able to, and Hopefully there'll be more AoE3 content in the future, and yeah.
Yeah, it's been a ton of fun to be here. We haven't been to a LAN in 10 years, and meeting everyone has just been so great.
Yeah, it's been a ton of fun to finally get to put the faces to the names of all the players here. Get to see if anyone's a little bit different in real life. Yeah, just been tons of fun, super friendly atmosphere as well, and
yeah,
pretty exciting games so far as well.
And it's always great to just hear a bunch of people, start shouting and clapping when things happen. Like that Revolt game, for example, people were going nuts when the Imperial Hussar came out of the town center.
Yeah, it was pretty crazy for sure. I'm hoping that this series can live up to that with some of these games. Knowing both these players, I definitely expect it to. Looks like still trying to sort out the computer issue, but hopefully won't be too much longer.
The couch investigating the chessboard, not sure what it is.
Hazza giving us a little peace sign there. Good to see everyone hanging out on the couch as well. Pretty fun atmosphere while we're waiting for the games to start.
Yeah, I think everyone's so invested in these games now after having practiced with each other over the whole course of the whole weekend.
Yeah.
I know people are on Team Raphael and Team Kaiser, about an even split, I'd say. People definitely have their favorites, though. I'll put it that way.
Yeah, for sure.
So let's talk about something else. Let's think about. We've talked about the first two games. What do you think is going to happen when we get to Deccan now? The high crate map.
I mean, Deccan's the one where we've definitely seen a little bit of creativity.
Yep.
Okay.
Let's finish the Deccan. I want to hear it.
All right. Yeah, Deccan's. That's what I was saying. Deccan is definitely a map where we've seen a little bit of creativity from the players lately. We've seen a lot of fast industrials. We've seen mercenaries. Yes. We've seen people rushing. Yeah. Like crazy stuff like blocking the aggro forts, going for stagecoach. It's got a lot of options on it, and I think both these players have picks that they want to pull out on this map. Kaiserklein in particular, I know he's pretty confident with pretty much every single civ he plays on that map, but he doesn't play the same way every time. So definitely looking forward to that game and seeing exactly how they choose to play it out.
See, I'm simple. I was just hoping to see some sort of Ottoman play, maybe a revolt.
You want to see Ottoman play? What is wrong with you?
I'd love to see an auto revolt. I'm just dying for one. But we still have a little bit to go here to sort out these technical issues, so we're going to throw it to a break, and we'll be back shortly.
Montezuma to you, yeah. Look at his back! What the? Stop it! This is absurd! Yes! Yes, you killed him! Yes! Oh, 2v1!
Yeah, look at this though. I mean, Luktam's already in the colonial age, and Yaramuno just... What the world?
I am not sure if that means what I think it means, but if it does mean that, I don't think he's allowed to do that.
Look at the graph. I mean, that says it all, doesn't it, really? And those cuirassiers are going to clean that army up.
Fireworks.
Yes, absolutely. Going to go out with a bang by the looks
Are you ready
of
for this one
things.
to explode? Sure.
I'm ready. I am ready.
I feel like we should get real
Oh,
close.
please,
I want to
give
see
me the
some
fireworks.
Give me the fireworks. Don't resign. Yes!
That's awesome.
It's mid-explosion.
Thank you, Lucas.
Someone clip that.
Sick. That is sick.
It's like a mushroom cloud.
He might just try to fight these falconets. I'm not sure if that's really going to work out. Okay, Swiss Pike been going to cover mode. It is actually going to work, it looks like. The Swiss Pike's going to be trying to zone these Zambraks.
The Zambraks, they got the Swiss Pikes on top. Oh my goodness, what the? Jesus Christ! Oh, that was eventful. Holy, no wonder he was avoiding them. Just one poke death. Oh my goodness. And now the cannon's just going to clean up these disciplined Gurkha, and the Swiss Pike are going to get on top there as well. He took down most of the cannons, but lost his entire army doing so. And now it looks like Kaiser going to be very pleased.
Oh, the one longbow moment. I challenge you to a duel. Get wrecked.
Sit down, son.
Oh, I love it.
Can't fight him. You gotta just run around the map. What are you doing? Oh my god.
Oh my god! Yeah. Did you see that, Phil? Oh my god, that one as well! What the fuck?
She hit the wall of the building and bounced back.
Yeah, she hit the mill and fell off again. The physics engine in this game is hilarious.
It's pretty good, actually.
Yeah.
Yeah, with the falconets out, that's going to be the signal to run away. But they can't. How far can they run, though? Like, the Fusiliers can just hunt them down.
What the hell? And I think, yeah, Military Drummers is just getting in now, so now they're going to get even more of a speed boost. Like, they now have 7.15 speed. They are officially faster than cavalry.
Yeah, like if you look at the animation on their feet, like when they're walking, it doesn't even match the amount of ground that they cover.
Yeah, it doesn't make any sense. But
It's like they're gliding more than they're walking.
Yeah. Okay, but they can just like chase down these.
The ceasefire is actually gonna be the end of these falconets, maybe.
Yeah, he's picking.
But while he's killing the falconets, the Fusiliers are. Oh, he's pulling them with the Fusiliers. Actually, that is so good.
Oh my god! Because of the speed. Is it because of the speed? What the hell? Oh. Brilliant! Oh my goodness!
There's the Minutemen.
I mean, there's the trees as well.
Mamelukes do arrive. Okay.
Should have waited.
Yeah, perhaps he should have done. But Mams will be what he needs to kill off the falconets there, unless he can get through the gates, which he's trying to do. He's doing some 360 no scopes and has lost quite a lot of time. Gonna lose one falconet, two falconets there, perhaps a third. He's only got two left, but he does thankfully get through the walls. But the Dragoons do get a final volley, and a Mameluke has gone through as well. And it looks like it's going to be able to finish off. All 5 cannons are handled.
That is so GG, man. Like, I don't know what happened there.
Did kill a lot of villagers, and that stomp is going to finish them off. None of them is escaping, but the ceasefire. It comes in just as he's trying to say he's got his Zerumi shipment, but it actually saves the Hussars. Oh my goodness. But he's still going to have to get away. Ceasefire has been called, and this is now time for Kanisi to try and escape, because he does not want those Zerumi to get anywhere near his army. They're so good when they get up close, but look at these falconets. They're being, they're coming out. There's a lot of cav here, elephants, so camels, and indeed hussars as well, and it looks like the cannons will just go down, and the Yurumi, they are on top of the musketeers, and it looks like this fight is going to be absolutely insane for India. All of these British units going to get cleaned up, and that's not looking good.
That's GG.
It's this clown.
This clown. That's Mr. Moctezuma to you.
Moctezuma to you, yeah. Look at his back! What the? Stop it! This is absurd! That's not fair!
Dust himself off.
Yeah, he's like, no problem. Fucking hell. The spies are so needed.
Oh yeah, run away with those villagers. Yeah, that's right. Oh wait, I can kill his regen here. I'm gonna kill him.
Kill it.
He's dead.
Kill
He's
it.
dead.
Is he? Yes! Yes, you killed him! Yes! Oh, 2v1! Noob! But that is a lot of German stuff. Oh! The Bashkir ponies have arrived! The winged hussars! They have arrived!
Oh my god!
When did he did get? Oh, it's the advance. He sent the factory wagon pops out and he gets killed. Oh my god! Whoa! Snow!
Oh my god!
What the fuck?
Oh my god! Look at. I was about to say look at Snow's ego, but look at the military right now.
Tit is bringing it back.
Yeah, I think, and remember, these musks are insanely good. They are very, very strong, and even getting into hand combat versus the Gherkins.
But 5 more hours during the battle as well. What can he do? He's just looking.
GG. Congratulations. Ladies and gentlemen, Blackstar takes the grand finals of the ASC Spring Championships 2015. I give you Blackstar OP, the winner, against everybody who thought that H2O would just clean sweep the tournament. Not the case. An unexpected outcome.
Yes.
We're back. Okay, hello everyone. Welcome back to the New World Championship. Looks like we are finally ready to go. The players have finally got their computers sorted out, and looks like we are possibly going to be clicking into a German mirror on Kamchatka like I predicted. So
we'll see. Just because Kaiser's taking it doesn't mean that LordRaphael is going to settle for a German mirror.
Okay, fair enough. But I think this is going to happen. Yeah, there we go. Raphael's greened up as well, so it is going to be a German mirror on Kamchatka, like we've seen so many. Nope, never mind. He's ungreened. Maybe not. But this is definitely something we've seen a lot this tournament. Germany is a very popular pick, although I actually don't think it's been doing super well. Actually, I think it's actually lost most of the games that it's been picked. So I'm a little bit surprised that still there's so much respect for it and that players actually still go for the mirror.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of Germans falling short on high planes in particular.
All right. Looks like we might have another computer issue, actually. But I think this one will be a little bit easier to sort out, hopefully.
Yeah, just trying to figure out what's going on here. The admin saying that he sent one of his minions out to start to jiggle some of the plugs down there and try to make this computer behave. We've almost ready to start this game. German mirror. Are we going DOPS? Are we going with that weird 700 gold, 700 wood thing that you guys were doing?
That was a specifically Deccan thing that does not work here, I think. Although, actually, I guess Kaiserklein has done. I've seen him do weird builds like that on any map, so it's possible. But okay, we might finally be ready. I think the computer issues have finally been sorted out. Players are greened up, just waiting for the admins to give the go-ahead, and we'll be jumping right into this game. But yeah, German mirror, honestly, it's a very exciting matchup. With so many, most of the time when you see mirror matchups, you see the same thing every game. Like Brit mirror is always like you try to get map control, you make muskets, and that's pretty much the name of the game every single time. But German mirror, you can do all sorts of different things. You can go Ulans, you can go DOPS, you can try to stage 2, go Fortress, do whatever. So it's
very dynamic matchup, and also one where everything kind of hangs on a razor's edge. We say this a lot with all those high attack units. DOPS also being very swingy in the way that they fight. But here we are. The game is loading in right now. Players are adjusting themselves and getting ready here for game number 1 of the second semifinal of the day. That would be Kaiserklein versus LordRaphael on Kamchatka, German mirror.
Yep, once again, for anyone just tuning in, these were the 2 tournament favorites going into the LAN. Seeds number 1 and 2 actually not meeting each other in the finals, though actually meeting in the semifinals to get a chance to play against the recently crowned finalist Diaruga.
Yep, and spawning in the top left-hand side of the map is Kaiserklein playing as the Germans. He's just gathering up his crates here, going to go out and probably look for a quick wood treasure, maybe try to get a TP up here. Maybe it's a market start. We will have to wait and see. In the bottom right-hand side of the map, spawning as the Germans as well, in the color red, LordRaphael, our #1 seed, and on his way to a big comeback here from what I can sense. Just gathering up all of his crates and waiting to see what he finds in the middle of the map before kind of making any decisions here.
Yep, looks like neither player are going to be going for a market or a trading post or anything. Just going to be gathering up the food to try and age as quickly as possible. Don't want to risk aging up a villager late or anything like that. And meanwhile, just scouting the middle of the map here, where we often see a lot of these goats and big treasures spawn in. Raphael getting the better of that for now with the 2 goats, but Kaiser, of course, will walk across 2 of his own, and looks like it will be an even 2-2 split here. But Kaiserklein taking a little bit of extra damage from this explorer, so Raphael will chase him back to the base. Does get to drop off his goats safely, but Kaiser has to take the time to bring those back, and that will looks like that will be just fine for him as well.
Yeah, that's a really nice start for LordRaphael. Getting to send your goats back and kind of push the opponent's explorer into this corner is always a good thing, because in the bottom left-hand side of the map, typically good treasures spawn. There's a 30% HP, which is not great, and a 40 wood, which would be a nice pickup. Meanwhile, Kaiserklein will run into 80 food up here, so actually not going to be too punished for getting boxed out there in the middle of the map.
Yep, and that's kind of just how it goes when you both only have 1 explorer, right? You can try to get a little bit of an advantage there by fighting, but usually, since you can't scout the entire map, it's really hard to actually keep control over every single treasure.
Yep, and LordRaphael changing that dynamic, picking up the all-powerful monkey. It's just such a great shipment, or a great treasure, rather, in these games where you only have 1 explorer on both sides. It just kind of swings you into that advantage position. You can start taking trades with the opponent's explorer. If you catch him on a treasure, you can kill him. All sorts of things open up when you find that.
Yeah, that's a really fun, it is a fun treasure, but it's a really good treasure as well, for sure. And also when there's a map like this with livestock, you get to start picking up that livestock a little bit more easily with that second scout. Looks like Kaiserklein, though, going for this 80 food. Monkey going to spot it, not going to be able to really stop anything stop him or anything like that, but is going to at least get a little bit extra damage in on him, and gets to know exactly where that explorer is, so he can safely take any treasures he might find on the western side of the map as well.
Yep, and this is looking to be a little bit slower of a German mirror for LordRaphael. Kaiserklein squeezing out a 16 vil versus Raphael is going to maybe squeeze out a 17 here. I think what happened there, Kaiser must have eaten some goats.
Yeah, I believe
there's no other way to get 16 off that fast, and still not even up yet from LordRaphael. Just barely going to make the 17 happen here. Clicking up. In this mirror matchup in particular, being 1 vil late can make a huge difference. We'll see how he makes up for that.
Yeah, 16 vil could potentially be pretty scary here. You get those Ulans so much faster. Get across the map. If Raphael wants to go for any type of forward base or anything like that, he might risk losing like a settler wagon or something like that. So that's going to be really nice for Kaiser. Also, having the early Ulans means you can sort of scout your opponent's base a little bit more safely once they arrive and get there 20 seconds faster before your opponent has their own 2 Ulans. So, yeah, very nice start from him. And looks like both players, though, just going to be dropping down that trading post in transition, looking to do pretty normal stuff. Market going down as well for both players. So, for the moment, aside from the age up, everything looking to be relatively standard.
Yep, and like you said, market's going up. Kaiser does get to TP that ever so a little bit faster, just because he's was able to age it with that 1 vil sooner. He is using the monkey, though, to do some harassment to try to kind of mitigate that difference, and might cost him a passive experience points. One of those little advantages Kaiser's going to get by squeezing out the 16 vil.
Yeah, and it looks like we do actually have a forward settler wagon coming from Kaiserklein.
And no shipment yet either. What do you think he's going to send?
Knowing him, I think it'll be 3 settler wagons. I mean, he's dropping forward barracks. I think it's going to be the 3 settler wagons just so he has enough economy just to produce those doppelsoldners. But this is all enabled by that 16 villager age up. He knows he can get this forward base up safely, and potentially those early doppelsoldners could be really strong. You get them onto that trading post, take that down. Maybe even this market might be just barely out of range of the town center, though I think it might be.
It's in range, I think, yeah.
Yeah, it looks like it is just barely in range. But barracks going down for Raphael as well. I don't believe he scouted the forward base or anything, but he's likely anticipating something aggressive with that early age up and just choosing to go for the safer option.
Yeah, I love the look at the Rax positioning. Raphael really not taking any chances in the series, and I think he's probably anticipating some sort of fast doppel pressure with a Rax that deep behind his base. His house is all clustered in spots where they can't really get poked or sieged. It's going to be very hard for Kaiser to capitalize on having that age up come in faster.
Yeah, for sure. 3 settler wagons now out for both players. 2 Ulans moving across the map for Kaiserklein. It's funny that he aged sooner, but he actually didn't even get that shipment any sooner, just because Germany gets those shipments a little bit more slowly.
He's going to take the fight, and the Dops are here to turn it.
Yeah,
already the Dops paying off.
Yeah, this is
That's
a really nice pickup.
Lead, a 1 Hulan lead, but that also could turn into the Explorer being killed, which is pretty important.
Yeah, definitely. When that's your only scouting unit, that's definitely hurts to lose that. You're not going to be able to scout if there's like a second barracks or anything cheesy like that coming up, or even just position him to keep an eye on raids and stuff like that. But walking right underneath the town center here might be a little bit dangerous. 4 doppelsoldiers popping out.
4 Dops on the way.
Getting snared by the Explorer too. There could be Minutemen potentially
Another
popping
snare.
here.
He's going to have to let one of those Doppels go.
Oh, but he's trying to pull it.
He's trying to pull it. Is he going to pull it? He's pulling it away. No.
He might be able to get this one away.
He's got it, I think.
Yeah, I think he needs just a little bit more control here. He's going to try to do that one more time, walking the 2 Dops forward, then pulling that one. Still getting snared, though.
It's buying a lot of time, though, and there's 3 more Dops coming.
Yeah, coming for the flank, actually, and only 1 more Dop from Raphael. Actually, it's just the same one of the 4 just got left behind.
He's turning. He could get caught here just because of how far he got pulled, trying to make that catch happen. And now he is. He's getting engaged on with half the number of Doppels, and they're all stuck together, too, getting splashed really hard here.
Yeah, this is a really big pickup for Kaiser. 2 Dops going down, a 3rd one about to fall, the 4th one going to fall as well. Kaiser going to lose, looks like almost 2 Dops himself, but a really, really good trade for him overall. Another shipment coming out for both players. Going to be 700 wood, going to allow them to drop down some more houses and stuff like that to produce these really high population Doppelsoldners, potentially a stable as well. And 2 Ulans going to be moving across the map from that shipment from Raphael just to get some counter pressure.
So he does know it's coming. And interestingly enough, Raphael going for another Rax. This might be one of those games where we just get into the full Dop off. Vil getting caught here by those 2 Cav, even though they got scouted. There's 1 Vil, maybe a second coming in.
Yeah, really good idle time there, and killing the 1 villager, very good for Raphael. And this is just because that forward Rax is in the middle of the map, also a second barracks going down for Kaiserklein as well, by the way. But that Rax being in the middle of the map just means it's a little bit more difficult for him to defend his villagers back at home, as Dops are pretty immobile units compared to Ulans, and he doesn't really have anything at home that might be able to protect that, aside from maybe Minutemen or another shipment popping for himself. But 700 coin coming in for Kaiser. Doesn't look like this is going to be for an age up with that second Rax coming down. It's actually just going to be to continue the Doppelsoldner production here. And I mean, both players going for the same build order here, so we'll see who manages to get the advantage. But actually, Raphael with a little bit of an adaptation here, adding in a few crossbows.
Yeah, I'm curious what he's going to do. Is it going to be an 8-bow timing type thing? Because I know that when the numbers get even like super large in Colonial, the bows actually lose to the Doppels. So there's a small window where you can use these bows, and I anticipate some pressure here. 2 Cav almost getting caught here by Kaiserklein, but he just wasn't quite paying attention when they ran by. Meanwhile, we also have in the top corner of the map, we'll watch the mini-map here for a raid that's coming in. It looks like these Cav are getting away, and these Cav might be getting in for a quick settler kill. Nope, just going to do some damage to the settler wagon. Is it going to go down? One more swing, and just barely sneaking into the town center there. Causing a lot of idle time, though. There's 11 Vils in there, and many of those are CDB, or settler wagons.
Yeah, it's a lot of idle time, which is really important when you're training very high, expensive units like the Doppelsoldners.
2 Raxes, no less, right? 5 Dops. Are those coming out of this front Rax?
I think it's probably from.
From
okay,
the back.
there we go. Yeah.
I think this positioning is still really good from Kaiser.
Yeah, look
at this.
Raphael not paying attention, and he gets surrounded.
Yeah, and the bows aren't going to be able to swing this fight, not even a little bit.
Yeah, and all the Doppelsoldner is going to go down. It's not even close. 8 bows coming from Kaiser behind this as well, so he's going to be able to push right into the base behind this And wow, that was a massive pickup for him.
Wow.
He's got 6 Ulans and 8 bows coming to reinforce these Doppelsoldners, 8 crossbows of his own, and 8
and
Dops
6
coming
cav
to
because he cleaned up the cav in his base while this fight was going on.
Oh no, the crossbow's walking right into the Ulans again.
I think this is going to be really hard to come back from. There's 6 cav coming, and honestly, those Dops can't even beat the Dops that are there. There's 10 bows and 2 cav in the base. He actually left them behind.
Yeah,
and now these Ulhan are going to get free reign, or at the very least, force the Dops to be chasing them down while the Dop trades keep going in Kaiser's favor. He's going to snag a quick Vil here and keep those Dops on the move. But
that being said,
nice
though,
catch.
That being said, though, Miniman coming out, the Doppelsoldner count's really low for Kaiserklein right now. Raphael actually managing to hold this. He tried to pull some villagers as well, knew that fight was really important, but didn't even need them. And meanwhile, this is going on. Ulan's also in Kaiser's base, picking off some villagers on the gold mine, not noticed just yet. Has got one so far, but another Doppelsoldner batch being popped out from Kaiserklein in the middle of the map here, and is going to potentially push Raphael back.
Yeah, and as you said, when we look at this second raid, although the first one was not too effective, the second one really was. And now it's a 5-vil lead for Raphael. So if he can find some way to get out of this Doppel pressure that's chasing him down, kiting really well here, he should be in a great position.
Yeah, but the crossbows are taking a lot of damage here. They are going down, and there's not really any other units out for Raphael.
2 Dops
3
and
Doppelsoldners coming from the TC, but it's not going to be enough, I think. He's going to try and make something happen, but I think Kaiserklein has just enough units to hold on here. Military population is actually quite similar, and villagers even coming in as well. But fighting with these villagers is a double-edged sword, right? He's not going to be able to continue training those big batches from 2 Raxes, and the gold mine's starting to run out as well.
Yeah, exactly. We're getting to that point in the game where both German players have just absolutely destroyed the first 4,000 coin in their base. And now at this point, when you lose control of the map, you could potentially lose the game on the drop of a hat if your opponent knows where you're mining and you lose too hard in a fight. I think we'll see a little bit more care being taken before we get into some big engagements here, but also neither player close to aging. So this might be one of the really long, drawn-out games where we might even see something like Dop combat, whether it's attack or HP coming out.
Yeah, for sure. Just looking at the players' decks, though, Raphael, if this game does drag on, he does have one of those upgrades that you mentioned for the Doppelsoldners, whereas Kaiserklein really doesn't. Coming in right now for Raphael, actually, so those Dops are going to be quite a bit stronger when they do actually manage to fight. So Kaiser, he's got the map going for him, but the unit strength is on Raphael's side.
Yeah, and the economic lead the gap has closed ever so slightly. 2 Settler Wagon card coming in, that would explain that. So in exchange for catching up in the eco, he's now going to be at a huge combat disadvantage, and Raphael's really trying to push that advantage here. He's behind in Dops. Looks like he might be catching Kaiser trying to age, and I think this might work out.
Yeah, though there's 8 Doppelsoldners in queue, 10 Doppelsoldners in queue. Here they go, popping out.
Dops coming out, though.
Yeah, this positioning, though, I mean, there's so many Dops hitting at first for Raphael in this fight, but look, it's actually really, really close.
The Ulan's coming in to swing it, too. I think it might go to Raphael or to Kaiser.
Yeah, just barely. Back and forth this game.
Wow. I can't believe that turned out in his favor. But
look at the exposed Vils up here, yeah. A couple more Vils going to be going down.
He's going to have to punch his way out of this,
Yeah,
right?
he's just going to have to fight that. No greatcoats or anything on those Vils, though.
Gosh.
Only just now being researched, so he's going to lose quite a few Vils here. 3 going down already.
Yeah.
And 2 Ulans coming back to try and match that, but they're very low HP, so not going to be super helpful here. And looks like Raphael not paying close enough attention. Looks like he is going to lose both those Ulans.
Nope, never mind. He's out of there. But Dops on Vils could have been a big swing back in Kaiser's favor there. Big villager deficit here to come back from. Haven't even seen the 2 Settler Wagons yet out of Raphael either.
Yeah, he does still have that option available to him, but of course, like, does the economic lead matter when you're struggling to find the resources on the map? I mean, he's got this gold mine and this hunt in the south now, but all of his villagers are here, and once these resources are gone, they have a long ways to go to get to another hunt or gold mine. Like, this mine only has 800 coin left in it. That's only maybe another like 6 or 7 Doppelsoldners, right? And
yeah,
then
you're totally setting me up to say Rafa mining right here. I mean, that's absolutely Raphael slamming 20 Settler Wagons. He managed to make them appear out of nowhere to eat those mines super fast, and Wuhan's coming in. But real quickly on that point, I mean, you're absolutely right. Even though he has the economic lead, it's quite hard to capitalize on it if you're constantly walking and eating the map so fast. I think Kaiser's been getting the better of the micro on these trades for sure. I mean,
Another raid, though, in the north of the map here. Two Ulans going to stumble across this gold mine with 4 settlers on it. There's nothing around to defend them. So some Ulans coming up to the north now, but might be a little bit too late. One Vil does go down. A second one probably going to fall before the reinforcements can arrive. And just choosing to fight that, possibly just going to sacrifice the Ulans for the Vils there. Yeah, second Vil goes down. Third one might live. Yeah, just barely living there with 1 hit left.
Yep, and I love that Raphael. That's been a big difference in these series. Kaiser's been trying to defend with the Ulhans, whereas Raphael's really been confident that they're not going to play a role in the fights, and you may as well just get them out there and try to snag a few villagers and make Kaiser's eco kind of suffer for it. But as it stands now, we're about to see Kaiser start to make a play on the map. No shipments on the way, so he is still going to be down that combat card. And Raphael also not trying to sneak up whatsoever. So
oh no, the crossbows walking right into the Explorer. The Explorer could snare this, but no, Raphael not quite catching them.
Wanting to take this fight quite yet, but Raphael's finally trying to get in there.
Yeah, here we go. That's a big, massive Doppelsoldners from Kaiserklein, though. Just a few more than Raphael, I think, and he's keen to take the fight with the extra crossbows behind this. Raphael going to be dropping back a few units just to make sure he doesn't get snared there. But yeah, just looking at the military population, Kaiserklein has a huge advantage at the moment, despite being behind in economy, and that's just because he has the map control, has the Vils better spread out. But Raphael going to be fighting with the Vils.
He's bringing the Vils in, and he's kiting it. He's being patient, picking off 3 or 4 Vils here, and then just going to try to get out. And all the Vils walking, they're not gathering. So the longer this goes on, the better it is for Kaiser.
No, Raphael knows he needs to fight with these Vils. They're not gathering. This is the strongest his army is going to be for the next couple minutes, so he's just going to force it.
Doppels on Doppels. Ulhan trying to sneak back here. Just Doppels everywhere. And I'm not sure that the Vils are actually tanking that many shots. The Dops seem to be melting on Raphael's side of the board here.
Yeah, not very many left.
And a big batch of 10 Dops in the background behind this, too, about to pop out for Kaiser.
Yeah, and all the Vils going to be going down now at the end of this fight. And I think that's going to be the first game going over to Kaiserklein, potentially. A few more Dops coming in for Raphael. He's going to try to make something happen. He knows he's killed a lot of Vils before, so even losing these Vils, maybe he still has a chance. But another reinforcing batch from Kaiserklein could seal the deal.
And here's another 8 Dops, right? I mean, he's so outnumbered. But a lot of Kaiser's Dops seem to be low HP.
Yeah, I mean, he's got enough here. He's going to manage to clean this up. The Vils are going to go down along with the Doppelsoldners. Taking a commanding lead from this position for sure. All of Raphael's Vils very exposed on the map behind this, and there's the GGG from Raphael.
Oh, wow. That was such a back-and-forth game. We have to check the resources gathered and see. Kaiser actually out-gathering LordRaphael in that game, despite being down 5 or 6 Vils all game. I think that walking effect you were talking about played a bigger role than you'd think. I mean, Kaiser spreading his Vils out to mines over here. He had a couple over here, and that spread is kind of the difference between walking all over the map and not walking all over the map, I guess, for lack of a better word.
Spreading your Vils out like that does reduce the amount of walking time you have to take overall, which definitely helped compensate for the fact that he was behind in villagers. And yeah, just it was very well played for both players, but I think Kaiserklein, just with that early age up, using the goats to get that 16 Vil age up, and then taking that forward base and holding on to the map control was the difference there.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think you also look at how many Vils Kaiser lost, probably because his Vils were all over the map, right? Gathering in different places. So he took those risks. And at the same time, he was able to bring his Ulhan back after they finished killing Raphael's and then get them in the fight. So still able to get a lot of more value out of those units.
Yeah, definitely. But it was definitely very close, just barely going the way of Kaiserklein in the end. And hopefully every game like that this series will go like that. Our next map is actually going to be Baja, California. And Kaiserklein does have to pick first. He's not a super heavy water player, but Kaiserklein does play a little bit of Portuguese. Yeah. I wouldn't be surprised to see him pull that out on this map. You have a couple of options. The resources being a little bit further away from your base, that second town center can help lock that down. You could go advanced trading post. We have enough trading posts for that, potentially even water and stuff like that. And just talking about the matchup a little bit, Raphael being sort of that raid-heavy player, Baja, California is a map where you can kind of lock down the choke points with these walls as well. So
it's a bit more restrictive of a map, that's for sure. Sometimes Cav can sneak through those little holes when you don't expect it, and you've got a bunch of Vils and the goats in the corner and lose a whole bunch. But once you wall those chokes off, you're pretty secure from raids, like you said. And I really think I guess I don't know who's better in the late game, and when you when you're on that absolute 99 vil point, because this is one of those maps where when we see ports come out a lot of the time, it ends up going to industrial and these huge vil counts. Fishing boats on the whales. It might be Raphael who's a bit more experienced there. I've seen him beat Kinesi quite a few times in those settings.
Yeah, Raphael definitely very good himself as well, and has apparently some special build orders that work on this map, as we saw yesterday. The Sioux water coming out. So
yeah, where do you learn that one, right? Did he make that up on the spot?
He said he'd done that build a few times before, and it felt pretty good. So
yeah, it looked pretty good, right?
Yeah. So I mean, really not sure what to expect from either player here, but for sure it's going to be interesting.
Yeah, and the players have joined the game.
Yes.
At this point, we're just trying to figure out what will be that first civilization that Kaiser's gonna go out on a limb here for. We also have to remember this is a best of 9, and you have to win with 9 of the 13 civs in the game over the course. Did I say, is it 13?
You only have to win with 5 of the 14
why
civs.
did I say 9? You have to win with 5 of the 13 civs, almost half of the civs in the game.
Yeah, it's definitely one where you have to. It's definitely a series where you have to have a deep civ pool, and you have to be prepared to play all sorts of different styles for sure.
Yeah, and you definitely have to also hang on to your favorite civs, right? You can't pull out like a German on a non-TP map, for example. I don't think that's going to fly in a semifinal here.
Yeah. So Kaiserklein just saying he needs a moment to think here. Going to make sure he picks the absolute best civ for himself here. But yeah, I think just let me take a look at the civs. Actually,
what do you think?
I'm just thinking like what civs Kaiserklein actually knows how to play here. He's reasonably comfortable with Portuguese, with Ottomans.
So Ottoman could be a big one. I haven't seen any auto water play yet.
Yeah, and also Sioux and Russia. Civs we have seen a lot on this map throughout the tournament in the qualifiers and at the LAN. So definitely options available for him.
Yeah, it's such a tough choice. Iroquois is being hovered here by Kaiser. That's a very not what I would expect type of choice, right? Iro not known for water, but like we said, Iro's been a sleeper civ this entire tournament. They win every game they seem to be in, and their fortress is strong. Their colonial army is strong. I mean, even with the war chief nerf and the XP from the shipments on the TP nerf, they're just very, very strong still.
Yeah, they definitely seem to be strong. They've been doing really well this tournament and in practice games as well. So I guess that's definitely a good pick for this map, I would say. And I know that it's something that Kaiserklein is very confident in, as we were talking about earlier. And he thinks that they're very strong as well, so no surprises there. As for what Raphael might pick in response, hard to say, I guess. I don't know that Raphael is really super experienced in Euro Mirror, so I don't really expect to see that. However, he can still play Germany, as he didn't win with it in the last game, and Germany is something somewhat considered to be a bit of a counter to Euro, at least
yeah, because you switch so much stuff before they can get the TCs rolling, right?
Yeah, stuff like that, and also just like, Euro has a hard time mixing in the stable and the Kanya Horsemen early on, and with that forward war hut, that means that their military units aren't really at home to defend from those early raiding Ulans and stuff like that, which can sometimes cause problems. So that's maybe an option for him as well.
That's a good point. Yeah, I hadn't even thought about the fact that with the warhead out there, and you're kind of limited to 4 Kanya. So once those get dealt with, you're very vulnerable to raids.
Yeah, you have to either leave some tomahawks at home, which kind of reduces your pressure on the map a little bit, or you gotta wait until you add in that stable. So that's definitely an option.
You're blue as well, by the way.
Thank you. I will change my color. But yeah, I mean, we could also still just see the Sioux again from Raphael on this map. I think that is actually a pretty good matchup for Sioux, just because they do a really good job of catching that Travois from the Iroquois player when it pops from the TC with the Guardians and the War Chief snaring it. So it's something you have to be very careful about with Iro, and they also have that same rating pressure that Germany has. So.
And a lot of they don't really have a lot of great anti-cav options either. I mean, the Tomahawk is decent, but it has to really get into melee to be worth anything. And
yeah, in ranged mode, it's definitely a little bit mediocre without those upgrades in. In melee mode, it's fantastic, but you don't always have it, and it's also a little bit expensive, right? A little bit hard to mass enough of them to really be relevant.
Yeah, definitely not easy. But I mean, there's just so many options. I'm just still shocked by the Euro pick. I mean, you can go port. We've talked about Germans having a chance. You could probably even go auto. There's so many civs that feel like they could do a good job against Euro on this map. And you also can play the long game on the water, right? I mean, just boxing Euro out, their late game is not too tremendous, right?
You think so? I actually think their late game is pretty good. They've got some good units in the late game, like the Forest Prowler,
yeah,
especially,
the Forest Prowler
right?
is crazy.
And they do get up to 120 villagers, so they can use that fire pit at all times without sacrificing their economy too much. I mean, they don't have much in the way of late game upgrades, but I don't think we've really seen a lot of late game economic upgrades in many players' decks in this tournament.
That's true. I mean, in that final game, I was surprised it was coming down to the wire, and there were no upgrade cards to be found. But these players are just playing so aggressively with their unit shipments, it almost seems like it's hard to squeeze them in.
Yeah, for sure. And that's something that plays into Eero's strengths when you're talking about whether they're good or bad in the late game. They have a lot less cards available for them in the late game, but you just don't often see enough of them in the deck for it to really make a convincing difference, I think.
Yeah, and their combat cards for like you said, their Forest Prowlers are probably the strongest skirm in the entire game in the late game. And even in early Fortress. That was always something that was so scary, like even back when the War Chiefs first came out, people sending those 8 Forest Prowlers and making 5, and they were just, gunning down everything that you had.
Yeah, for sure. And you've also got units like the Light Cannon.
Yes, the Light Cannon.
Even Tomahawks, they're not like great. I mean, Musketeer units in general aren't great late game, but they do have 4 cards on them, so.
Yeah, and 2 of them are combat cards. You can't forget that.
That's true. So, yeah, I mean, definitely not the worst, but actually, yeah, Raphael, as we were talking about earlier, it looks like he is going to be sticking with Germany for this game. He did green up a moment ago. Yeah, re-greening now.
Yeah, he's doing
so.
it. You're right. He's going to stick with the Germans.
Yeah, and again, this might just be because of what we were talking about before. Euro, they don't have a lot of answers to the rating pressure early on, and Germany has quite a large mass of units early on as well, so they just have a lot of the tools that are needed to beat Iroquois effectively.
Can Germany take on like a stable opener? Like, what if you made 5 and ship 4? Is that difficult to deal with?
It can be tricky, yeah. I actually really like that build with Eero sometimes as a mix-up. Like when your opponent expects it, sometimes it's not so good. But 9 Kanya really early on. Like think about the 8 Hussar opening from France. It's just like that. Only you get 1 more Kanya and the War Chief with the crack shot ability as well. And
yeah,
the
and
Treasure Guardians.
You don't even need to show them all, right? You can just kind of bait the 5 Ulan in, and then you just swoop in and clean them up.
Yeah, can be pretty scary, but I think knowing Kaiserklein and having played against this Eero a lot, I kind of anticipate him to play more of a infantry-based style and try to go for the trading posts and try to get that stagecoach economy going.
Absolutely, and here we are jumping into game number 2 of Kaiserklein versus LordRaphael. LordRaphael spawning in the top left-hand side of Baja, California as the Germans, gathering up his crates here, getting out on the map, looking for some of his early treasures here, trying to get ready for either a TP or a market, I'm sure. Stumbling into 60 wood, which is a great way to start out the game. Meanwhile, on the other side of the map, Kaiserklein spawning as the Iroquois, that controversial pick we've been discussing for the past few minutes here. Up 1 game in the series, and he is the 2nd seed, so off to a really strong performance.
Yeah, and this is he's already off to a good start, finding a 95 wood treasure, and he switched some vills over to wood as well, having spotted that. So it looks like he's going to go for an early trading post, which is a little bit slower than on the official patch, but you can still do it, and you might age 1 villager late, but you'll still age much faster than your opponent with a shipment ready and ready to apply that early pressure with something like a 4 Kanya shipment. So this is looking to be a really nice start for him, also spotting 120 XP next to the trading post that he's about to go for.
Yeah, it's great. He can just, and with the recharge time being so high on this, he can just kind of wait. It looks like he's going to start it. I guess he doesn't have the wood quite chopped yet, so maybe he thinks he can just clear out one of the bears, build a TP, and move on. But the bear's giving him a little bit of trouble here.
Yeah, it seems like that is going to be the case. He is going to take a little bit of damage for it, but at the end of the day, it looks like he will get the treasure at the cost of a little bit of HP on that Explorer. Not paying attention, taking a little bit more damage from that bear, but at the end of the day, it's going to be all right. On the other side, though, Raphael picking up a native scout for himself. That's going to help identify what could potentially be some early aggression here from this Iroquois opener already. And you can't underestimate the power of the native scout. Sure, it doesn't help you age up, it doesn't help you get like market techs or anything like that, but knowing what your opponent is up to is really valuable.
Yeah, and if it gets to stay stealthed outside of your opponent's base and they don't remember to keep checking for it, they kind of get spies all game, right? They can know exactly how many units you're building, exactly where they are. And this house position, I just want to call out real quickly, is really well placed. That's one of the 2 chokes we were talking about earlier now that Ulhans can't come from. So it's going to have to come through this little pocket down here if a sneaky raid's going to come in.
Yeah, and if you turn on the Fog of War, it just barely covers the whole choke point. So that's definitely a really nice position for that. One other thing about this, we were talking about earlier about how the raids are good for Germany in this matchup just because of how difficult it is for Eero to get the Kanya early on. You could actually just wall off these choke points to make that a little bit easier for yourself. But yeah, it looks like 60 wood also going to be picked up for Kaiserklein here, so really, really nice start for him. But just looking at the food, it looks like he is going to have to go for that 16th villager. It's not quite going to be the perfect start. He is going to be a little bit slower than you would normally expect from the fast age, but still going to be quite a bit faster than his German opponent.
Yeah, and I would take that all day for a TP that only cost me like 15 wood I had to chop, right? So that was a fantastic opener. On the other side of the map, Raphael is aging. He will click up sooner, but as we mentioned, likely a fast age up from Kaiser, so that bar for him will shoot up much quicker. And he's chopping a ton of wood right now, doing usual German things, probably looking to set up a TP somewhere on the map, ideally in the corner where he will not be as susceptible to some of that pressure that the forward war hut can cause.
Yeah, but look what Kaiserklein's doing as well. He's also chopping a lot of wood, has more wood than Raphael, and heading towards the same trading post.
Is he going to beat him out to that trading post?
I think he is.
But he doesn't have the wood. He's 70 short. He's not going to beat him out to that, right? He won't be chopped.
Oh, maybe not.
Did he age with, no, he aged fast.
Yeah, it looks like Raphael is actually going to get that. I did think that Kaiser actually had more wood than Raphael, and getting that trading post would have been huge.
It would have delayed the game. It would have been a huge delay, but at the same time, Kaiser doesn't know that that's there, and he can easily just toss a 5 big button tomahawk over there to start clearing it out.
Yeah, but thankfully for Raphael, he does pick up that trading post, which means that he's not going to be playing non-TP Germany.
Yeah, you never want to play non-TP Germany for those who did not know that.
Yeah, so that's very nice for him. And looks like there is going to be a forward war hut in the middle of the map here.
The Explorer might live here. I think he's going to live this. What do you think? I think he's got it. In the bank. In the bank.
No, I think he's dead.
One tick away.
Yeah, very close to the age up there, but sadly does go down. But he has the native scout, so he'll be able to rescue that pretty easily.
One of those untold benefits of the native scout.
Yeah, and it does also spot the forward war hut here.
Yep, and a 4 Kanya shipment coming out straight away, going right into Raphael's base. He's got no military buildings up. This is
and a villager already very exposed.
Very extended, but
getting
nice
pulled
pull,
with the
nice pull.
That's a very nice pull. Going to save the villager, but going to force a lot of idle time here. Not going to be able to gather the crates super comfortably.
Yeah, the good news here is that Raphael's quite good at leaving vills out like this, and he's also quite good at making sure he never has more than 10 vills in the TC. So this isn't really overbelling at all, and pretty soon, Kaiser knowing his timings, any second now, a shipment is about to pop out that will definitely include 2 Ulhans.
Yep, and Barrack's going to be going down for him as well. Just a little bit safer than going Ulans when there could potentially be 11 more Tomahawks on the way from a shipment and a big button. Yeah, no units
He's
to
really
speak
playing
of just yet, though.
Oh, wow, look at the Settler Wagon's exposing. 3 Dops is the opener.
Is the first card.
Kaiser wants this Settler Wagon real bad, and he gets it.
He does get it. And that's a really nice pickup for him. And these
3 Tomas coming in, though.
Yeah, these Dops not going to be super effective here, it seems like, with even more Tomahawks coming from the back from the big button. They're going to be forced to retreat. And, yeah, just a really, really strong start for Iroquois here.
Yeah, I mean, getting that Settler Wagon is a big deal. And no 3 Settler Wagon shipped is Raphael's first card either. So that German eco that we're so used to seeing, it's just going to be a totally different game, right? Being down 8 vills from a typical point.
Yeah, definitely. It looks very, very good for him so far.
These 2 Kanya keeping a close eye on those. We really have to watch the Kanya in the corner here. If they get caught, this completely changes the dynamic of this game.
Yeah, and killing that house too does actually house Raphael there. He does thankfully have almost a full batch of crossbows in queue, so it's not going to be denying him the batch or anything. It does manage to get the house up in time with that 700 wood as well. So with these crossbows, he doesn't have enough resources for Minimen right now either, but the Dops might be able to keep these alive.
Yeah, this is just
really
such a
tense
close
situation.
fight. Yeah, I mean, every single unit, every single shot here making a big difference. And throwing away a couple dops here on this push. Minutemen do come out.
And the Ulan's around to
And the
snare.
Ulans yeah, they're going to be there snare.
Is
He's
it
just
enough,
going to go
though?
for it. Yeah, it might not be enough.
Look at how much damage that swing did to those Ulans, though. They're
But
already
the Minutemen
basically
are
dead.
just melting.
Yeah, it's
those
true.
tomahawks.
So-
And really nice hold here by Raphael. I think he's going to be okay here.
Yeah, it did take a lot of damage, though, losing a house or two as well as the settler wagons. And being forced to ship 3 Dops and 700 wood as his first 2 cards means the follow-up for him is not going to be great either. Meanwhile, Kaiserklein, he's got 2 trading posts. He's sent his 5 villager shipment. And there's just no way for Raphael to break this warhead position at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, when you look in the back and you realize that as Germany, you have not sent the strongest card that you have, the 6 villagers, 3 settler wagons, and your opponent's able to get 5 vills out. And those TPs just continuing to snowball, like you said. Kaiser's going to have another shipment and continue to stay that extra point ahead. Raphael, I think he's feeling a little desperate and going for the 8 bow and 5 pike combo here to bust. This batch has to be 5 full tomahawks, otherwise Kaiser's going to be in trouble. And he's going for the TP.
He's going for the TP. This is actually a really, really good move from Raphael, maybe recognizing that Kaiser's going to want to look.
Kill all the minutes. Is he going to go for it?
Yeah, I think this was a really good attempt from Raphael. Could still potentially work. He knew that that Kaiserklein was going to want to clear out that TP to go for Stagecoach, and that he was already behind, and that maybe if he just committed to the military, he could actually maybe break this position. But it looks like he just doesn't have enough units, unfortunately. And Kaiserklein with the War Chief, the War Hut, and the Tomahawks still remaining. Looks like he's going to be able to hold
cover
this
mode's
just fine.
a thing, though.
Yeah,
and
actually.
He's jamming it in there on the cover mode.
This
pike.
is actually a really ideal fight for Raphael.
Yeah, I think he's trying to clear out the pikes because he's just built a stable, and I wonder if he's going to try to get some cav in there. But he doesn't have a lot of resources left, and these tomahawks are still working, though. And you have to remember, cover mode changes your range resist to melee resist or something like that along those lines. It doesn't really help too much in hand attack situations.
Yeah, but looks like it is actually going to be enough for Kaiser to hold. If he should actually know that Raphael hasn't actually shipped the 3 settler wagons, so he's okay to take these somewhat poor trades if it means holding the map, because Raphael's just so invested. He saw the 3 Dops, he saw the 700 wood while he was still under the TC, and now with all the crossbows there, he knows it was likely an 8 bow shipment, so he knows that he's pretty far ahead now off the back of that, I think.
Yeah, really strong hold here from Kaiser, absolutely. And now a big batch of Aena coming out on that shipment, and he's getting out 2 calves, so he's rounded out his army. I don't think he's really at risk of getting surprised by anything. And I think Raphael's just saying, I don't think I can afford to send the Vills this game. I've just got to, keep putting the pressure on. Sending 700 gold is his next card.
Yeah, and 700 gold, I mean, I guess that's going to be for Doppelsoldners, right? I mean, he doesn't have a stable for Ulans. He definitely doesn't have the resources or the economy to really think about going to Fortress, so...
It is, absolutely. And these Ulan raids that we talked about are going to start to come into play.
And this is exactly what he needs, right, to get back into it economically.
Yeah, he needs to kill he needs to kill every Vill here at some point. But the good news for Kaiser is he has gotten that stable up we were talking about, so he's not going to be quite as kind of hamstrung against the cav here. He might lose a couple of Vills here, but I would imagine that with the Kanya being available, he won't lose too many more after this.
Yeah, getting 2 Vills, almost a third. Going to be picking up maybe a 3rd Vill here. Doesn't quite actually spot it on the tree there, or maybe just wants to get away from any potential Kanya. No, going to be coming back in. Actually going to get caught. Both Ulans going to be going down here. That's a really nice pickup for Kaiser.
Look at this pull, too. He's microing every single unit in this game. And the crates coming in for Kaiser as well. Good thing to the correct location. It's very easy to send to the wrong one. I'll check the warhead for him. But what do you think he's going to do with the gold and everything that he gets from this? Is it buy wood, maybe the market tech?
Does he even have a market? It doesn't look like he has a market yet. But I imagine they will probably be either traded for wood or used on the wood upgrades. I mean, I don't think he really has much of a reason to age at this point, right? Like he knows that Raphael's kind of invested into the colonial age here, and the colonial age is much better for Euro than it is for Germany long term.
We did leave our Aenas at home. I think they're just hanging out, relaxing a little bit on the beach. But either way, there's a lot of Tomahawks here with an HP upgrade, and another 600 coin shipment coming out for Raphael. So he's continuing to kind of use crates to fuel those missing settler wagons. And these Kanya coming in, a little bit of poking. Good job by Raphael here, never kind of getting out of position quite yet.
Yeah, managing to hold on for now. Looks like Kaiserklein is going to be backing off. Might think about finally going for that trading post on the bottom of the map there while he waits for maybe a bit more of a unit mass to really like push into Raphael's TC.
Yeah, maybe you just send your Kanyas down there and siege it while you keep massing, right?
Seems like that is the play, yeah. That way he'll be able to keep the forward base relatively well defended with the infantry, and the Kanya being as fast as they are will be able to get back in time if there is any kind of potential push. But actually, this is really good by Raphael having spotted that. He's going to be going for the northern
it's
trading
a
post.
1-for-1 situation, yeah. And I think that favors the Iroquois player, having both TPs and not being Germany. But it's the best way to answer it that I can see. And maybe this one Ulhan will be able to find that 0 HP villager right here in the trees, actually, waiting to be found. And Dops have a lot of siege, so do you think he'll be able to make it back in time, though? It looks like maybe he might get pushed here.
Yeah, it's looking a little bit scary. That gold mine being pretty exposed, and with the houses on the TC in between the gold mine as well, that he could lose some vills here, but no, actually going to pull them back immediately just in time.
He's trying.
But the Bows kind of walking forward. There's not enough Doppelsoldners here. They are running back right now. They did abandon the idea of sieging that trading post, so he will actually have enough to dissuade the Kanya horsemen potentially, but there's a lot of Hyena and Tomahawks behind this as well. And no Miniman available. Vill's going to be popped out into the fight. This is a really important fight for Raphael. Dops are zoning out the Kanyas right now, but I don't know that there's enough crossbows in here.
Ulhan are in the queue. We have to remember that. And these settler wagons are soaking damage. Kaiser smartly figuring out here that with the Vills and everything in play here, he's gotten 2 out of position and needs to leave. Just before the Ulhan, we're probably going to pop out here.
Yeah, for sure. And 3 settler wagons now coming out, so evening up the economic population a little bit. Unfortunately, though, he didn't clean up that trading post on the northern side of the map, which means that Kaiser does have the option to go for potentially that stagecoach upgrade to really sort of help out his economy a little bit more and give him that extra lead. A couple of Ulans going for a raid
that 1
as
HP
well.
Vill is dying to the 1 HP Ulhan.
Yeah, but another raid on the other side, getting caught by the Kanya. 1 Ulan going to go down, 1 does escape, picks up the Explorer as well, which might be able to slow down some of these Kanya.
But another big raid up here, another 4 Vills going down, and all of a sudden Raphael's gone from being in the lead, in the economic deficit position, to being way in the lead, killing 5 Vills and sending 6.
Yeah, doing exactly what he needs to do as well. Not even just killing the Vills, just having the raiding pressure, forcing Kaiserklein to use his units to defend rather than to continue attacking, just puts him in a good spot. Actually, there was a villager up by the base there.
Yeah, I think Kaiser may be getting a little bit shaky here. He's got things all over the place from all these Ulhan raids, and I think now the clock's a little bit on Kaiser, right, to make something happen with his large military lead and double carded infantry units.
Yeah, a little bit, but yeah, as you're mentioning, the double carded infantry units, we have to remember that it is really strong when you do get 2 or 3 unit shipments in, potentially build a fire pit as well. And we know that Germany can't really afford to age very comfortably behind this. Like he's
trying though, right? What's he doing here? I mean, look at the resources are stacking a little bit. Is he just housed? A stagecoach does come in.
He doesn't have enough food, though. He has only 2 animals left in the corner of the map here. He's going to be forced to use berries if he really wants to try to age up. And yeah, another villager being rallied into the base here. It's just scouting, figuring out what kind of composition Raphael's going for. Going to get picked off there.
He's just letting him know. Yeah, LOL. He's just letting him know that those vills are, he doesn't need them. But
just asserting his
reviving
dominance.
his Explorer, and I think my gut's telling me a little bit that it's probably push time when
another raid on the
finishes.
fire pit here, though.
Yeah, and that's gonna delay the push timing, right? Because I don't know about you, but I'm thinking my Explorer comes back here, walks across the map, and then we go fight with all the cards that we've got in.
Yeah, but Kaiser is about to have 1 more shipment though, and there's only 1 more upgrade to go for on those units, and once you get all 3 unit cards in, it's going to be really hard for Raphael to hold this. But more raids coming out. A Warhut is up here and a batch of Tomahawks coming out. So those Vills will be just fine. But keeping tabs on exactly what's going on with these Ulans.
Yeah, but I mean, is he aging or not? He's not aging. He's out of food. Like you said, he's totally out of food.
He just can't afford to age. 600 wood on the floor for him as well.
He's going to have to push with all in on these Dops. I don't know about you, but I don't think that's quite enough to really scare Kaiser. He's just going to walk over and deal with it,
This
right?
is a desperation push from Raphael if I've ever seen one. He knows that he's in trouble. He doesn't have resources. He can't train units. His army's not going to be stronger than this for a long time, so it's do or
hit
die.
Points in. Kaiser's got nothing to wait for now, except for maybe the Explorer. He's probably going to let that Warhawk go. You think for the Explorer? Nah, he's just going to go for it. It looks like he's feeling confident here.
He knows he's ahead.
Kanya's just running in here, and actually the streaming into the Kanyas is not a bad thing here. The goal here is just to make the Doppels have to turn as often as they can and just pick off units one by one without really having a full engagement because they're large splash damage.
Yep, that's exactly what he's doing. A few Dops going down, but lots of Kanya taking some hits there. But they're like just... I don't know that there's enough units here from Raphael. The military population is relatively even, but a lot of that population is invested into some Ulans doing some raids on the fire pit in the back, and also just with the upgrades in for Kaiser, it's just really hard to match this. Villager is going to be forced to fight once again for Raphael.
I think he just takes some pokes around the Vills, right? Or is he going to commit?
Yeah, it looks like he is going to
cover
commit.
mode Dops. I don't think he has to be afraid of cover mode Dops.
No, but just playing it safe, he knows that he doesn't have anything. He doesn't have to rush this fight. The villagers fighting means that they're not gathering. There's not going to be any more reinforcements coming. But all things considered, the fight not going too badly for Raphael behind this.
Yeah, a couple of... actually, he's got 5 Ulan in the queue. That's a very intelligent surprise here. Still a couple of Tomahawks left and 5 more streaming in, luckily.
Wow, this is going as well as it could possibly go for Raphael. And behind this, he's still got lots of villagers after this. He cleans up this fight.
Too. He's totally fine here because he's going to clean this up, and his raids are paying off as he can afford to stack his vills. Still at 2, 3, 4. How many vills? We'll have to check after this how many vills have been lost on both sides. So many of Kaiserklein's vills have died to just a couple of Wuhan. They're still killing vills.
Yeah. Wow, Raphael living by the skin of his teeth. 5 more Tomahawks coming in, going to be forced to retreat as there are still plenty of crossbows there. Thankfully, the War Chief does make it out alive as well.
Oh, another Vill.
He's lost a lot of Vills, but Raphael, too, did sacrifice a lot of Vills in that fight. And there
5
is still
Kanya coming in, though. Yeah, despite
5
all
Kanya.
of this.
This might be the nail in the coffin here. Hand infantry hit points coming in for Raphael, but nothing really
but no hand
there.
infantry.
Yeah.
Yeah, these Tomahawks here just...
But another batch of Ulans.
So there's 5 Tomahawks just kind of hanging out there. They do a lot of damage here.
Yeah.
And 5 more coming in, too.
Yeah, these Vills are going to be forced off of that last hunt. He's going to be forced onto this last gold mine with only 500 coin on it and the berries back at home. And no, he knows that's not an acceptable position for him, so he's just going to fight. And yeah, this looks like it is possibly going to be the deciding fight of the game.
Yeah, Tomahawk's punching everything, Vills included. Great micro by Raphael, but I think he's just a little bit too boxed out of this game to be able to punch his way back into it.
Yeah, and Kaiserklein taking the second game of the series and giving himself a quick 2-0 lead.
Yeah, really impressive control from Kaiser, and really impressive multitasking from LordRaphael and Macro in general.
Yeah, you can really see where both players' strengths lie. Like the micro, Kaiserklein really is on top of that, but the raiding, he's falling behind in that regard. Raphael picking up Vills everywhere on the map.
Yeah, look at Kaiser actually just after the 13-minute mark, he just was never going to go up in Vills again. There were just Vills dying left and right, idle TC time, and you thought Raphael's economy came back, but it just maybe a little bit too late. The map ran out.
Yeah, just the map control paying in big time for Kaiserklein, as well as that stagecoach that he finally picked up at the end of the game. And eventually, Germany being forced to stage 2, with Iroquois being potentially one of the best late colonial civs in the game with those 3 unit upgrades and the fire pit and the war chief all stacking together, just makes it very, very hard for Raphael to come back.
Yeah, and one other thing we got to say, we did not mention the early game was such an uphill struggle for Raphael. He went 4 or 5 shipments before he got his Vills in, and the pressure from the Fort Kanya was so great. It was really a game of Raphael trying to claw it back and just not quite get in there.
Yeah, but I mean, it was a 19-minute game, and it does show just how good Raphael is at coming back from those losing positions. Like he took a really good fight at that choke point that really looked like there was no way that he could really come back from it, but he pulled it out, and he gave himself the best possible chance to win that he could with the raids going on at the same time, but just barely managed to Kaiserklein just barely managed to hold on to it. So
Yeah, this is why these two players are the best, right? I mean, there were raids everywhere. I don't think I caught all of them. It was almost impossible to keep up, and despite all that, they were still keeping the right pressure up in the right places with their big army. So, yeah, I mean, I'm ready to get to game number 3 here and see. Oh wait, I'm being told that we are taking a small break. It is dinner time already, so we got to get the players fed, and we will be back shortly with game number 3 of Kaiserklein versus LordRaphael.
Yep, stick around. We'll be back soon.
hello everybody. I'm
Welcome back to the. Why I can't remember those words. Welcome back to the New World Championship, and we are here for game number 3. Woo! I did it. Game number 3 of the semifinals match versus Kaiserklein and LordRaphael. We've had a 2-0 opener here. Kaiser winning the German mirror, and Raphael sticking on German, only to also fall to Kaiserklein's Euro. We're on Deccan, a map where there's tons of resources, tons of crates, and things could easily shift.
Yeah, this is the first really unique map in the set. Deccan, of course, lends itself to very creative build orders and playstyles and stuff like that. So it'll be interesting to see what they go for this time around. Kaiser, of course, we've seen him play, I think, a couple different civs. Mostly Germany on this map, but having already used Germany, he's going to have to do something else. As for what that's going to be, I know that he really likes French on this map, and I think that I would have to say that's probably what he's going to pick.
I mean, Kaiser French, you can't go wrong, but it seems like a shame to not take advantage of that kind of weird setup of extra crates and livestock and TPs. It seems like there's just a lot there to play with.
Yeah, for sure. You don't think French uses that very effectively?
I mean, don't they just kind of do the same stuff they always do, but just a little bit faster? Maybe that's why they're so good, though, right? Because they want to spend all those resources anyway.
Right. Well, I was actually talking to Kaiserklein about this, I think a couple days ago, and he said that France is actually pretty good on Deccan because you can just 12-10, get 2 trading posts and a market, and you have the native scout to get the Yags. So you have a really strong early game for sure. So.
Yeah, that makes total sense. That like you kind of can play and do all of the things that France wants to do. And another thing that just occurred to me is when you play as French, you also often have like 2 racks in a stable. You have all this extra production facility and never have enough resources to use it all. So having those extra crates and a faster start might make them, they might just be able to really capitalize that. on
Yeah,
that.
for sure. And it looks like it is actually going to be the French coming out from Kaiserklein. Just locked it in.
Yeah, very fast French lock
Yeah,
there.
so we'll see what Raphael chooses to go for. He could stick with German again. It's, it's traditionally believed to be a good matchup for Germany, but
Right.
Germany just not being very successful today or all tournament long, so we'll see if maybe he's not confident enough sticking with that.
Yeah.
But another civ that Raphael, of course, is really known for playing a lot is India, right? And India is really good on Deccan, so I think that's probably a little bit more likely here.
Yeah, I mean, I think if you're Raphael, don't you think you got to switch something up here? I mean, as you said,
Yeah, for
Germany's
sure.
been underperforming in the tournament. You're kind of down 0-2 with the Germans. I think you got to switch it up. And a lot of civs have really shifted on the balance scale after this tournament. I mean, Euro obviously shooting way up, Germany almost slipping down a little bit as people have a lot of good answers to them.
Yeah,
and there it is. You're right, the India coming out.
India coming out.
He hasn't locked it yet, but pretty likely going to see an India versus French, a matchup that I believe you were recently involved in, and it came out quite catastrophically for you.
We don't talk about that game anymore.
Yes,
I'll accept
but,
questions after the tournament.
But on a serious note, are we going to see the ceasefire nonsense, or are we going to see a different type of game here from LordRaphael, more of a colonial, more traditional type India?
The Sepoy Urumi ceasefire stuff has been pretty successful, but I feel like it's just not Raphael's play style.
Yeah.
He's typically the one who likes to play pretty greedy. He likes to play pretty like Gurkha focused with his India play. However, that being said, if that's what we're expecting, Raphael probably knows that that's what's expected from him, and maybe he'll look to change something up.
Yeah, I mean, we have seen the ceasefire work to great effect. I think Tabin's been the only one who's been able to shut down a ceasefire with heavy cannons. We hear that all the time, is that they should be able to somehow stop this ceasefire giant, but
Yeah.
it keeps winning games. So
Yeah, it's certainly what I keep trying against India. It's really hard to counter the heavy cannons as India. Your siege elephants are just too costly and don't do enough damage to really work. But it is pretty difficult to do, and I don't really think that Kaiser is going to do that. I don't think it's really fits his play style too much, so I imagine he'll probably go for some normal French stuff in this game.
yeah, and we're going to see really soon. Warno AoE donating another $50. I feel like I've seen that name all weekend. Thank you so much for another $50. He says more PR in the casting booth than on the gaming tables. How do you feel about that statement? Probably a pretty big stretch there, because LordRaphael and Kaiserklein are two of the best players of all time. So
Yeah,
a lot of really great players here.
They're really good, and you and I, we've been playing practice games with them the last few days as well. And
they've been winning more than we have. We'll put it that way. Just waiting for LordRaphael here. Just rejoin the game. I think decks are set. Well, I'm gonna click on his deck right away. I want to see if there's anything sneaky in there. Maybe get some How About That action. But we'll see. And players are clicking in, casters clicking in. We're getting ready to go here.
Yeah, looks like we are about to jump into the third game of this semifinal match between Kaiserklein and Raphael. Looking on Raphael to make a comeback in this series so far. Kaiserklein leading strong with a 2-0 lead. Not really fumbling too much aside from maybe to the raids in the previous two games. So we'll see if Raphael can claw it back. If there was a game to do it, it would definitely be with India on Deccan.
Yeah, this is a turning point map for sure.
And this is a comfort civ for him as well. So,
yep, and here we are loading into Deccan. The EP recorded game is being saved. The players are probably getting ready to micro those crates, and we're about to get into this. Spawning on the left-hand side of the map in the color red, we have LordRaphael playing as India, switching it up from German. We're definitely going to see a quick hunt for the cows. Uh-oh.
Yeah, it looks like there might be a restart. Looks like there might be a mine missing for Kaiserklein. So we'll see if he wants to restart. We do want to make sure that everything's as fair as possible.
Yeah, let's give him a second to decide here. The fact that he's contemplating might actually give Raphael a little bit of a hint, right? As he's trying to think, do I need more than 7,000 gold to win this game?
Yeah, I mean, there's already a lot of gold in your base, so that's maybe why he was thinking about it. Might have been counting his crates as well. Do I have a wood start?
Yeah, exactly. If you have a coin start, you might just take the mine being gone to slow India down, right?
Yeah. But no, looks like he's going to decide that he would prefer to have that gold mine than to play without it.
Yep, and,
so we will be doing a quick restart here.
This map's been the only one that's given us much trouble. New England's been great.
Yeah, for the most part, New England's been relatively consistent. But Deccan takes a few tries, but once it gets going, it's a fantastic map.
Yeah, and you know, it's always that third mine. It's like we just got to fix that one gold mine, I guess. But here we are launching in again, game number 3, Kaiserklein versus LordRaphael.
All right, here we go. Attempt number 2.
Do you see gold mines?
I see.
I actually don't see gold mines.
You asked that, and I was like, I see nothing.
I see, yeah, actually no gold mines for Kaiser. So
there might be enough here. I mean, they've both sort of got that gold mine in front. It's a little bit closer to Raphael, but
yeah, they're gonna
we'll wait
pause
for the
it.
admin call here.
Oh wait, maybe they're not. Let's see.
Yeah, there we go. So.
India's always going to bounce out on that.
Yeah, instant resign from Raphael. He's going to make sure that he has the most fair map possible.
Yeah, India is one of those civs because their vills cost wood. You don't get that same balance where your hunts and your mines are running out the way you typically do in game, and so India tends to be that one of those civs that you look up and you're out of gold. You're never out of food.
Yeah, for sure.
Here we go again. Third time's a charm? I said that last time, but we went like five times.
Fourth or fifth time is the charm, but third time is a maybe.
Yeah, I'd be banning Deccan just to keep the games going here.
Yep, but it is best of 9, so we are going to be playing all 9 maps in the pool. Not any vetoes or anything like that for either player, so we are going to be sticking with Deccan. It'll take a few tries, but we will get there for sure.
Yeah, I think third time's a charm. Let's stick with that for now as we load in here again.
Got to be optimistic. Whoa.
I'm seeing mines. I think
okay.
This one's going to stick. So we'll let the admin decide, right? I mean,
the vertical spawn of the Deccan map really threw me off, but this is, of course, a normal spawn. It's just I feel like I've seen this less often in this tournament so far.
Yeah, there's been a lot of horizontal spawns. Oh, apparently I'm wrong. TP is missing.
There's native trading post, yeah.
And that's really important for India. Well, it's more of a detriment to India, but as the native scout player, this happened in Kaiserklein's game, actually.
Well, actually, isn't it good for India? There's more space to place your Agrifort in the middle.
Yes, it's good for India, but I think it was Kaiserklein's last time he played on this map. The same thing happened, and we restart. And I said, gives you more of an easy block on the aggro, and I think the native scout ended up slowing it down. So.
Yeah, that's true.
Having flashbacks here.
All right, 4th time is the charm.
It's all right. Just gives us more time to banter about the players.
Someone shouting Kaiserklein from the audience there. Pretty good nickname, I would say.
Yeah, exactly. That's a really solid nickname. We need to make him like an avatar like his, but with like clown makeup.
Yeah, I got like a jester's cap on and stuff like that. Yeah.
Yeah.
All in good fun. Not meant to be offensive towards him at all. I think he likes the name as well sometimes. So.
Yeah, it's pretty harmless nickname, Kaiserklein. Here we are once again. Before I get too excited, let me just glance.
I think we're
TPs,
good
there's
this
mines.
time.
I'm feeling good, but we'll see. I was wrong last time. I didn't even check the TP. That's why I'm not an admin. But here we have LordRaphael spawning in the right-hand side of the map in the color red, playing as the Indians, switching it up from the Germany that he's ran the last 2 games. That not quite working out for him. So we see him heading out on the map right now, looking for some cows with one of his explorers, and quickly going for a 50 wood right out the gate. On the other side of the map, Kaiserklein is spawning as the French, and he is sending his native scouts straight to the middle of the map. I'm going to put on Fog of War here so we can see who is going to find these cows. And this spread is really important for India. They really want all 8 of these cows, obviously, but France can use them too. But
that's
for
why
France, it's more of a deny play, right?
Yeah, I'm a little bit surprised just because of that, or I'm a little bit surprised that Raphael's going for this 50 wood in base just because of that, because you don't really need that 50 wood to age up on time as India on this map. Like, you don't get to spend that wood right away, and so you might lose out a little bit on some of the some of the yaks. But that being said, he is going for an early trading post, actually. So maybe that's part of the reason he went for that 50 wood, because he is going to be investing a lot of that wood into an early trading post. He's also gone for the one with the 2 trading post lines. So he's going to make sure that Kaiserklein doesn't pick up that second trading post in transition or anything, and gets like a very easy stagecoach or anything weird like that. But as a result of all of that, Kaiser does manage to pick up, looks like, at least 4 water buffaloes for himself.
I think he's only going to get 4. It looks like Raphael's going to stumble into both the villager, which this is actually quite easy for India to take. I mean, don't you just take that if you see it? But
yeah, it is pretty good treasure. And he's going to see the explorer from Kaiserklein potentially as well in the middle of the map here. It's going to find the villager that is going to potentially deny the aggro fort, but it will also tell Raphael where the explorer is. Looks like he's not going to go for the treasure, though. He is actually going to be coming back to try to fight the explorer.
He wants his aggro, but I don't think he's going to get it.
Yeah, this is
Kaiser's not going to let him have that one.
This is not going to be a comfortable
until he
aggro
bails
fort.
out?
There we go. Kardimata placed in base.
Yep.
So just immediately giving up on that idea. You can't really commit to fighting that for too long without falling behind.
He's going to get these cows too, right? He get these cows.
But,
he got one.
I really like this though.
Nope.
He's actually faking out with the Vil, pretending like he's still trying to build a wonder.
Yeah, but is that really valuable even though? I mean, you know, you're idling one of your villagers, a 10th of your economy.
It depends on what he does right now. Like, he could maybe go for the Vil treasure now while he thinks he's blocking the aggro.
That would be something, yeah.
Yeah, it looks like he's moving the Vil again. But I think this time, Kaiserklein knows there's no way he's still trying to place the aggro, but he'll keep the native scout around anyway just because you want to see what the Vil's up to, right?
Yeah. Maybe why don't you start punching him too? He's pretty far away from home. Could
That's
he just
true.
Get,
It
bullied out here?
looks like that
Kaiser's
is what he's going to do.
Yeah, this is one of those things that you can, if you're really good at making the villager only shoot the native scout, you can actually kill a villager really easily. But it looks like he's going to go. He knows he needs to confirm what's going on, how slow is LordRaphael, and he's going to send the scout to check. Looks like they're going to age at about the same time, so I don't think the delay was too much for LordRaphael.
Yeah, certainly doesn't seem like it was too bad. He placed that Kardimata pretty quickly once he realized that the aggro fort was going to get denied. The question is, what does he do now with the Kardimata? Like, aggressive options are kind of off the table a little bit. Looks like he's going to be dropping down that market back at home, at least to get started on that boom. But yeah, I mean, he's going to have to go for something a little bit slower this time around, like maybe a semi-fast fortress.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I think you maybe just do some sort of boom type play here. You stack market upgrades, go for something like that. But we'll see very soon as LordRaphael's first shipment comes in.
There's a CDB that was trying to sneak past here. Does get spotted by the monk, although with Raphael continuing.
Spotted?
Yeah, I'm not sure if Raphael saw it, but
he might have just maybe just assumed it was the native scout.
Right.
This is going to be a stagecoach play, don't you think?
Is that what? Yeah, this might be what this.
No,
it's going to be a barracks.
Racks.
But it could be both stagecoach and a barracks. Like, he's placing it on this trading post line. Maybe he'll be dropping some trading posts with that explorer, with maybe a 700 wood shipment or something like that coming in next.
Let's see what he's up to. The first shipment will be so telling.
Looks like it's going to be 4 CDBs, just judging on the population. But this does give him control over that trading post line for later on. It also avoids potentially having these choke points walled in the plateau if you were to forward base there, and it's also a little bit more difficult to scout.
Yeah, I think the fact part of me wants to hope that didn't get spotted, just because I think it would be quite interesting to see Raphael get a little bit tricked out here by an empty base, and then followed by 5 muskets appearing out of the blue. But he does have a racks up, and he is starting to train Sepoy of his own. Sepoy doing very well against muskets, and he's also done a great job of hurting. I wonder, that racks is probably just out of line of sight of the native scout, getting popped out of stealth anyway, but his explorer has now surely seen it, so he knows the musket pressure at the very least isn't going to be totally uncontested.
Yeah, but as you were mentioning before, Raphael did scout the base. He did see that there was no military buildings in there, and Kaiser was gathering food and gold. So it could mean a couple of things. Could either mean that Kaiser's aging or that he's making units and has a forward base somewhere. Looks like he's going to be training Sepoy anyway, just for a little bit of safety, but also just in case Kaiser is aging, he'll potentially be able to take out that trading post while he's doing so. And in the meantime, looks like he's going to be dropping down that consulate in the back and diplomatic intrigue, that 300 export card had been coming in next, to probably get those Ottoman villagers on the way once that's up.
Yep, and 10 muskets out with more muskets on the way and a stable. I think Kaiser's committed to this, which I'm not sure how. We'll have to see how well that plays out. I'm going to keep hovered over the India villagers just because Typically, you don't see much deviation in the market text from French, but I am curious to see how far Raphael will pursue market text. And he
Right.
clearly doesn't know
I
that
think,
Kaiser's up to something, because he is over here sieging this TP,
Yeah.
and there's now 15 muskets out, and Raphael's cut all military to boom. Look at this. He's
And it
going
was-
for Imperial bureaucracy.
And he's scouting the base from Kaiser as well. Again, doesn't see any military buildings,
thinks it's an
hasn't seen any
FF.
units either. He thinks it's a fast fortress, and I think Kaiser, seeing the sepoy on his trading post, is going to be very happy about that.
Do you think that he made the house read? I always struggle with that. I never make the house read, but a lot of people will look in your base and be like, "You've got 5 houses. What do you have?"
Could be.
He doesn't
Like, that
seem
would-
to, because he is not making any units, and he's overpopped.
And his units are away from home, so yeah, I don't think he's realized that there's too many houses here for Kaiser to be doing any kind of greedy fast fortress. But yeah, I think seeing those sepoy on the trading post, Kaiser's going to be very happy. He'll lose the trading post, but,
but he'll
his
bell his
timing with the
opponent,
5
yeah.
Hussars is going to be really, really scary
here
for
we go.
Raphael. Yeah.
Can we get Lord Raphael's perspective? I want to see him react to this. This would be incredible to see. Look, the unit's just coming into the base. He is belling everything up here. Gurkha is just starting in the queue. He still has a little bit of export here for Ottoman minutes, and I wonder, those sepoy are bolting back home here. Only one Vil left out of position when it's all said and done, but he's got a lot of time here to hang on, and he can't finish this batch of units because he's really got to get those minutes out.
Yeah, and he only has 1 military building too, only the barracks available to him, so not going to be any Soars or Zambraks or anything like that.
He does finish the Gurkha batch, though. He must be intending to market sell here, and he has no rest for any more minutes.
And Minutemen from the Ottoman consulate coming out, and
Yeah,
their
the 5+
irregulars.
catching him out of position.
Or sentries, rather. This might be enough.
I think it's enough. I mean, it's really hard to push into India. I'm surprised, but I mean, if any time it could work, it's got to be this one, right? The sepoy finally making it back, and I think, despite the surprise being quite significant, the amount of units that can be bolstered is quite large.
Yeah,
even
but
with
more Hussars
more
coming.
Haas.
And this might be enough. Raphael, no units in queue at the moment. Does have resources for the irregulars, but no, Kaiserklein going to be backing out of there. Only has the Hussars left. All of the infantry has basically been cleaned up, aside from these crossbows. Doing a good job of pulling those crossbows with the Hussars just to ensure they get back to safety, but very low HP, not going to be the most relevant units in the world. And yeah, as you said, this is one of the reasons why India is considered one of the more difficult civs in the game to really break with this sort of timing. You get the 3 batches of Minutemen. You have like the Indian monks that do really well under the town center, and it's just really difficult to punish.
Yeah, and Raphael staying completely calm. You'll notice he didn't overreact. He didn't lose. He made sure he wasn't going to lose any Vils, and he waited for the sepoy to come back and just made sure everything was timed up really nicely. Let Kaiserklein get a little bit overextended, and then just popped out all of the military units he could muster.
Yeah, 4 Soar being popped here.
And those are faster than Hussar. So if he has anything in range, he can go for the snare play.
Is
Kaiser,
this really
sensing
worth
he's
it,
a little out of
though?
position. Yeah, he's going to pick up a free Soar here, really. And then head off into the sunset.
And behind this, I mean, the military buildings have been discovered by Raphael. Looks like he might be looking to push down towards there, but Kaiserklein is aging behind this. And, I mean, he's going to have to rebuild those military buildings. There's probably no way he can save those, but because Raphael has to siege those buildings, there's going to be no pressure on his base or on his resources.
Yeah, and it is quite expensive, though, for France to lose 400 wood worth of buildings. And I mean, I think Raphael's in a really solid position here. If he's not macroing to age, but those 5 muskets did pop out, and they're kind of asking to get caught here, right?
Right, but Kaiserklein does have 200 wood staved up, so he can place a military building down pretty quickly. These muskets, yeah, probably going to get caught here with the Soarn for the snare.
They're buying a ton of time, though.
Yeah, but behind this, Kaiserklein had almost 2 shipments ready. So one's on the way, another one will be ready as soon as that one arrives. So he's still going to have a pretty scary early fortress mass here while Raphael potentially looks to follow him up, which it looks like he is actually doing.
Yeah, but look at the Zams, meanwhile. There were 5 Zams that we missed that killed all of Kaiser's Hussar, actually. So really nice that there's just such a high level of control all over the map for Raphael right now. He's got to be feeling super comfortable. I mean, he got away with teching those really greedy Imperial bureaucracy, Flumen ditching, not making any units, and then going, and crushing his opponent's push. So that's like the ideal outcome for India and Colonial.
Yeah, for sure. Certainly is. But stable now going to go down for Kaiser here. 1,000 wood actually going to be coming out to compensate for the loss of those military buildings. And I think he has the time to do this. Like he knows where Raphael's army is, and he knows that Raphael's likely following him up and not going to go for any sort of timing. So he really has the time to get away with this 1,000 wood. And yeah, dropping down 2 racks is actually...
No. Look at that one again. What? It is an artillery
foundry. That's not a rax. That's an artillery foundry. Yeah, you're right.
We're about to see some cannons.
Oh, this is a really neat adaptation as well, just because India, they really struggle to deal with cannons sometimes. And 1,000 coin coming out now just to bolster that cannon production. Veteran Musketeer coming in as well. If you have these potentially 3 or 4 Falconets popping and then another 2 Falconet shipment, India's really doesn't have much to deal with that aside from the siege elephants, and LordRaphael doesn't have a shipment ready for those siege elephants when he hits stage 3.
And he's just sent Camel Attack,
which is a really good upgrade, but not what you need against Falconets.
It's a great card. I mean, the colonial upgrades for camels that's plus 30% attack is actually basically a Fortress Age card in quality. So it's definitely a good idea to send it in transition if you're planning to make a bunch of camels. And I think, like we said, a Gurkha Zam type game is what Raphael's going to go for. And it's very difficult to deal with a big batch of 4 Falcons, which have just popped out when you're...
Right, but there's not a lot to defend these Falcons right now. Only 10 Musketeers in the field. There's another 5 in queue that will be popping shortly.
But Zams are not good against cannons. He hasn't built any hand cav. He doesn't have like the Ottoman Hussar. He doesn't have anything really sneaky here. And he's going to be in his base picking up this HP treasure, or 360 food. We'll have to see if he does round out his army in time. Watch his food when he gets up, I guess. He's going to have a shipment pretty much ready to go here.
Yeah, it could potentially be a very scary timing, though, for sure. Kaiser seeing the age up, going to push right on in. He knows that he has at least 40 seconds. He knows that much before another shipment arrives. Raphael does have a shipment ready. Probably as soon as he sees the cannons arrive, they will likely be the siege elephants. If he has to cancel that, potentially to send that. Looks like he did cancel it. But the cannon sieging up, getting a huge volley in here.
Huge volley. Is he just going to fight this? Oh, the one siege elephant coming. Or
the Maho, I don't know if there's enough here.
Nowhere near enough. Nowhere near enough. Those cannons are going to be alive forever here, and they're just crushing these sepoys. Only a handful of sepoys left.
Is there really enough to deal with?
There's 10 muskets rallying behind this, and it's just one Mahu.
You're right.
Those
do a lot of damage. 10 muskets are going to be enough, and all the infantry is cleaned up.
He can just ignore it for now, and he may lose 1 cannon to it, but I mean, he cleaned up a huge military deficit here, and still has 1 Falcon left maybe afterwards.
Looks like it is
1 Falcon left to show for it.
It's gone.
It's got to die.
It's gone down. But Raphael's entire army was paid for that handful of muskets and the 4 Falconets.
Yeah, and he's happy to repeat that type of a trade, right? So
right, and
more
behind
on
this,
the way.
Yeah, behind this 8 Gurkha being the card of choice, and Kaiser. Yeah, could potentially train more Falconets. He has 1 in queue. Also could ship the 2 Falconet card as well. So definitely more cannons going to be on the way. And without siege elephants, Raphael might be in the same type of situation, but I don't know that he has enough units this time around to really deal with them, especially with the cures out now.
Before we even get to that, let's see what these 3 cures are going to do to these 8 Gurkha, right? I mean,
yeah, this could be really dangerous.
This could be a big exploit here.
There's only 5 Zams. Yeah, only 6 Zambrax. The cures are coming in. They are really strong with the veteran upgrade and the camel attack, but not going to be enough maybe.
Yeah, he's got to get on the Zams like this. Wow, one-shotting one of them right there. Only 3 Zams left in a couple seconds here. But
actually
he's
not doing too bad.
Yeah, only 1 cure left, so he might have been able to hold this off. Yeah, and I think he's going to survive.
Yeah, and 4 more Falconets coming behind this, though.
But he did get kind of baited with those cures to kind of bleed away this musket count. 9 Zams do get shipped in, but like you said, there's 4 cannons and 10 more muskets coming.
Yep, this is going to be another scary timing for Raphael to hold. Going to be retreating there. Yeah, good volley picking off 2 Gurkha, damaging several others. And now Kaiser going to be moving across the map with this this ball of Musk Falcon once again. And yeah, India just really struggling to deal with this. He doesn't have another shipment ready for those siege elephants.
He's training a castle to do it. Yeah.
This is really expensive too. Like siege elephants cost 300 wood and 300 coin. He's not going to be training any more Zambrax or Gurkha.
It's so expensive. And these Zams, the 9 Zam that just came in, might have actually, put Raphael in this awkward position where he had to do it.
Another volley, just taking out even more Gurkha there. Yeah, Raphael's in a really tough position here. His score is still really far ahead, though. He's doing pretty well economically, just a pretty good lead there. But I don't know that he has
a lot of military. I mean, the last fight tied it up, right? So it used to be kind of a big lead for him, and now it's just this is another situation.
Zam's just going to go in, though. He knows he can't really afford to wait for more
attacking
units
units
to get
on
here.
Zams is just really tough to deal with. There's no way he can go in with the Zams.
Yeah, it looks like he's
gonna have to wait for that siege elephant.
That's not worth it.
Cannons on Vil action here. 2 Vils dying, and tons of houses going down.
Yeah,
it's just free. They're free for the picking, right? I mean, it's like 1 full cannon volley kills a house here.
Yeah, and that's going to make it impossible to get out more than 1 siege elephant from this castle here. He did manage to get his shipment on the way, though, before he ended up getting population blocked there. Hopefully going to be the siege elephants, because that's exactly what he needs to deal with this. But the question is whether or not he'll have enough to deal with the follow-up.
It's going a little out of position here, but will it be able to sneak away after taking a pot shot there? It does. Oh, it's getting overextended ever so slightly, but wow, musketeers do not do a lot of damage to siege elephants. I did not know that.
No, but skirmishers do. He has 8 skirmishers coming behind this. And
Urumi.
it's actually the Urumi.
The cannons really are going to be critical here.
Oh, they fired the Zams,
oh my
though.
gosh, he's too worried
and
about the
Zams are now on top of the cannons.
It's okay, the skirms, maybe they can get in front of those Urumi, but those Urumi are swinging all over everything. Cannons trying to fire, but the siege elephant getting great splash in the back. Only a couple Urumi left.
At the end of the
day, the musket's cleaning house here. 1 cannon left, but all of the units from LordRaphael dying again, and I don't know how many more times he can pull off a trade like this.
Yeah, it looks like that didn't quite go the way of Raphael. That last siege elephant, or the 1 siege elephant going down as well. Another one being queued behind this. He does have the resources potentially to make another 2 siege elephants. So
there's just been a lot of Zams that have been built, and there's basically been no cav made from Kaiser.
But look at the units in queue now. Raphael has siege elephants in queue, but Kaiser, upon seeing the siege elephant and the castle, has actually canceled.
He's going
cannon
cav
production.
now. He's just going to switch it up when there's no Zams.
Exactly. He's canceled production entirely. And this is going to be a really tough switch for Raphael to deal with if he actually commits to finishing off these 2 siege elephants.
I also would like to point out before the skirm raid is there's a TC down for Kaiserklein. Has a TC, I'd call that. One random TC in the corner out there, unexpected. Big boom is going to come out of that TC, and I think if Raphael doesn't get out of his base soon, it's going to be too much of an economic deficit for him to come back from.
Yeah, I mean, Raphael does have a 2nd TC up himself, but not a lot of resources nearby. Does have maybe a few thousand food left in those elephants and the animals nearby, but...
Yeah, look at you. You're spot on this call. Cures versus 3 Zams, and there's a lot of siege elephants that have nothing to shoot now.
Yep, this is going to be another tough fight for Raphael, but if he manages to make it through this next fight, he will be in a pretty solid position, I think.
Yeah, I would agree with that for sure. I think Kaiser's going to wait until he gets enough cures to be surprising. These games have really been showing Kaiser does do a lot of kind of sneaky tactics. I wouldn't call them like all-in strategies, but his tactics, and like he knows when to hide his cures and he knows when to show them.
He's really good about his unit compositions for sure.
Yeah.
But here's 2 Mahouts coming out.
He's going to have to show those cures at this point to deal with this, I think.
I don't think this is enough from Raphael. He's going to be forced to retreat when the cures arrive.
The cures are going to pull him back, yeah.
Yeah.
Losing a whole Mahout there, that's a good 600 resources. And the other one threatened, the cures are going to go for it.
Yeah, it looks like he is going to be getting onto the Mahout there. It is going to be taking quite a bit of damage. Might not go down, but...
Both the Mahouts almost dead here, which is an entire shipment plus some food. Here's one. That one's definitely going down, and the Zam.
Yeah, and
great splitting of fire there.
At this point, like the skirmisher mass is just heavily in favor of Kaiserklein. Those siege elephants don't really do anything in this fight right now, and he's just looking to be in a great spot. Looks like he spotted the town center as well. He knows there's villagers nearby.
Oh my gosh. They're not going to die, not quite yet, but
no. And
having 20 vills in that TC, Kaiser can just sit under that instead of sitting over here where all the skirms are.
Right. Like,
and he's forcing his opponent to come to him. It's wide open.
Yeah. This is a sore spot for Raphael for sure. Villagers being forced to bell, those Minutemen not being super impactful.
Yeah, and now he can just siege while the skirm fight's going on instead of having to kind of wait.
Yeah, and there's a lot of cures out here now. Just one more batch and it will be almost unkillable. And yeah, this is just a really tough position for him to be in. But Kaiser not going to be sticking around too long. Doesn't want to risk maybe getting caught with a shipment under the town center or something. He sees Raphael's being very aggressive with his army here. Maybe there is something popping, but...
Yeah, have combat in now, too. We're getting to that point when France is sending those upgrade cards just to really clinch it down and be super safe, as you were saying. India does have a lot of those things they can pop out of surprises. So whenever India starts pushing, people tend to back up with good reason. At this point, what's left to be able to come is, maybe 7 Gurkha, though. There's not a lot that can surprise Kaiser under this TC anymore.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, 7 Gurkha is pretty much all that's left. And it looks like Kaiserklein kind of knows it now. He's read the bluff from Raphael, and he's going to continue pushing under the TC here. The monks are getting a lot done, though, on these skirmishers.
At the same time, like, even after losing half of his skirmisher mass here, he was able to just scare Raphael off with his units.
Yeah, looks like Kaiser going to be backing out again, though. He knows that he's got the lead. He's got the map control. He's got a second TC. He's got the score lead. He's just going to be waiting until he has enough units to really be super comfortable, make sure it's 100% won. A few CDB, though, getting spotted by this trading post, going to get picked off on the bottom of the map here.
Maybe. I mean, it takes like 70 Zams to one-shot a CDB.
Yeah,
so
it takes a long time.
He might lose one. Yeah, he lost one.
It did steal away a little bit of gold from that mine, too, which might be
That's
the last
exactly
mine.
where I was going. Yeah, because I mean, in base there's only 1K gold left, and the top mine up here is pretty much all he's got. I think the game's going to start to shift very quickly.
Oh
towards
no! Look at where he's heading with these cures.
Did he see the vills?
This could be game.
He knows it. He knows he's looking for mines right now, and he heads out straight to where all of Raphael's villagers are. That's how many vills is that?
That's
10,
like 12 vills.
12. Wow, and where are they going to go? They've got nowhere to go.
Yeah.
Zam's on the run over there, and even if he gets half of these vills and walks away, he's in a fantastic spot.
Good split from Raphael to try and save any if possible. Looks like he might save 2 of them next to that trading post there as the Zambrax arrive. This could actually be a big pick for Raphael, though. If he gets all of these cures, they're very slow, and the Zambrax are really fast. If he gets all the cures, maybe there's some chance he can make some kind of play on the map with his military. Kaiser going to be dropping cures back to try and snare. There's no way that they can actually get away from these Zambrax.
Yeah, Raphael has to play for his life on this one. He really needs to kill all of these cuirassiers so he can be in a position to make a counter push before his gold runs out.
Yeah, but all his infantry on the bottom of the map, not able to do anything at the moment. They need to wait until those Zambrax return. And the infantry from Kaiser is here.
Pulling him into his corner. This is interesting. I think he's trying to get him in the corner.
And trying to wall them in.
Walling himself out.
Yeah. looks like he's gonna
we need to get a big TY in the chat here from
it was a really good attempt.
Yeah.
It was a really good attempt with the walls, but at the end of the day it looks like
gosh, that would have been incredible.
That would have been insane. But Raphael does actually clean up the cures, managing to get out of there with the Zambrax, and scores are pretty even.
Yeah. we're saying it feels like it's kind of over, but the advantages we had talked about, Kaiserklein having that cure advantage versus no Zams, all of that is kind of washed out here.
Right.
And the military's even now after those cures got caught.
Yeah, and we were talking about the map control that he has, but there's really not a lot of resources left for him, actually. There's like that hunt and mine on the top of the map, that last hunt sort of on the very northern half of the map, and that's kind of it before he has to start transitioning into mills and stuff.
Before you say that, though, I think Raphael's gonna gear up for a big push like right now, because if you look, he's got 40 vills on wood, 2 on gold, and 12 on food. So he's milling at this point. And you'll see also there's some big consulate techs coming and mahouts. So I think he's just saying, I'm out of gold. I'm going to surprise with some mahouts here and try to really make this game turn.
Right, but there's a lot of skirms here. Okay, not getting caught.
Not a lot of goons, though.
Yeah, not getting caught, thankfully. The British East India Company coming in here, going to be strengthening those Gurkha a little bit, as few as there are.
What is he going to do against Mahout Zam? He's making 6 more cures, and a couple muskets only just started now.
This could be
This is a big timing for Raphael.
Yeah, this could be really scary. 5 Mahouts and the 2 monks.
5 mahouts. He's getting a little bit boxed out here. It depends.
This choke point, though, is really good for Kaiser, but the skirm is kind of getting caught in the cliff, maybe.
Yeah, but look, he can't. There's only so much you can do. Wow, those are packed in there so tight. If that Mahout lives, he could do so much damage. But Kaiser focus firing the Mahouts really well here, knowing that once they die, he can walk away and reset if he has to. But as long as they're alive, he's in a pretty risky spot.
Yeah, and the Falconet getting up on the cliff, trying to flank the army apparently. Not going to be going down or anything, but looks like it is actually going to get in a good position to get off a volley on these skirmishers. And Raphael actually taking a really very needed victory right there.
Yeah. But these Zams might be overextending a little bit. He does have 5 more Mahouts that are going to be coming out.
Yeah.
And like we said, he's not going to be making that mill transition anytime soon. Kaiser's just on berries, right? Just to quickly glance.
Yeah, and but look how many skirmishers are left here for Kaiser. I mean, there's not really enough food for Raphael to make another big Mahout switch like that. So
yeah, this is kind of like his last batch of Mahouts here, you almost think. Because then, to your point, food, because he was floating 2,000 food because of the gold crisis he's facing, and this is kind of his way to rebalance and try to take control of the game before he has to mill.
Yeah, these last 4 Mahouts are potentially what could win him the game. Though he's got another one in queue. We'll see if he manages to squeeze it out.
He killed all the siege elephants? No, only one siege elephant left. Looks like he's going for a cannon play, which
I don't know. Yeah,
play.
I don't know if the cannons are what he needs here.
He did manage to squeeze out 10 musks. Here we go. This is kind of Raphael's last hurrah here before he has to, commit to a long game.
Right, and Kaiser can't afford to lose this. He's got mills set up on the south side of the map here, so if Raphael wins the fight, or if he pushes towards the south side of the map here, it could be a rough position for Kaiserklein. 7 Gurkhas coming out now behind this as well, but pretty far away from this fight. The Falconets are out as well for Kaiser. But
2
again,
full volleys of skirmishers. I mean, skirmishers don't do a lot of damage to Mahouts, but I mean, he's worked down that Mahout, and Kaiser's so good. Ooh, nice Falc trade here, but Kaiser's so good about taking pokes any chance he can get, and just whittling down this army before Raphael can make that engagement happen.
Yeah, for sure. And looks like Refrigeration going to be coming in for Kaiserklein, trying to consolidate that transition to mills. Does help him out on berries for the few berries that he is using as well, but doesn't really help out his army at all. Not the wilderness warfare you might expect at this point in the game.
Yeah, and
that's a lot of Mahouts.
It's a lot of Mahouts, and it's kind of peak Raphael right here, and he's going for it. He knows he has to start the fight, and a little bit out of position here. 6 Mahouts coming in. They're not quite moving into fight, though, and the Zam mass is really thin.
They are picking off the cures really well, though.
Yeah, Musketeers also in the back, though. Can the Gurkha clean this up? And the Falcons have not gotten shot once by the siege elephants. All the Gurkha are gone.
Yeah, look at the population. Actually, still very even. Actually, the Falconets now going down. Raphael maybe taking.
Can't get in at all.
Oh, it's really, really close. Actually, Falconets gonna go down.
Yeah, but the siege elephants. And probably at risk here unless they run away.
At the end of the day, looks like the skirmisher mass is gonna reign supreme. There's some more reinforcing Gurkha coming in, but it's not going to be enough. Raphael's going to be forced to retreat, and he doesn't have. He has 2 rice paddies set up at home, but it's not really an ideal situation for him at all.
Yeah, and Kaiser's on 100 recalculated vills, so he's at 80. He's at his 80 CDVs. We've hit kind of end game France, where Kaiser's just going to be sending any upgrade cards he can find, like Wilderness Warfare, for example, and
cavalry hit points.
When you get into this phase in the game, you just got to get industrial as the European civ, right? So you can get the plantation upgrades,
as well as the factories.
As well as the factories.
Big differentiator between European civs and Asian civilizations.
Kaiser has 0 gold right now, and he's got a plantation. So here is a giant window actually, where the kind of Asian civs get a window of time. They're able to get much stronger rice paddies in. Sorry, they're able to get much stronger rice paddies in Fortress Age for gold, and so they don't need to go industrial as fast as the European civs do.
Yeah, and it looks like gold is going to be what the players are struggling for. That last gold mine going to be running out for Raphael. He does actually still have 1,000 gold back at base, though. Didn't actually use that 5K mine fully back at home. So
I wonder if he can't see it for some reason, because
it kind of blends into the map a little bit too.
Yeah.
But Kaiser getting a couple vills on that gold mine on the south.
These are the games when you really want to have some of those upgrade cards. He's getting boxed out here a little bit, and like we were saying, that gold transition is just way harder on Kaiserklein, but he has set up 2 plantations since then.
You have to remember too, Raphael's been investing in wood-heavy units like Mahouts, so he's got a way to invest into useful units without making that big transition to gold. And he's got Mahouts in queue right now.
But look at this. There's 5 cures coming and not a lot of Zams. They're going to have to be highly effective here, because Kaiser really needs to thin out the skirm mass before he kind of runs out of gold.
Yeah, certainly does. Both siege elephants going to be taken out. Not super impactful at the moment. But looks like there's not enough cures to really force these Gurkha down, and there's not a lot of skirmishers left. Actually, Kaiser's in big trouble now, maybe.
Yeah, and
these Gurkha can just these Gurkha can just push right onto these mills, and what does Kaiser do about it?
Yeah, he keeps training cures, but those cures are not very effective. They're kind of slow moving, and the Zams are very carded. and ready to kind of defend that.
Yeah, you almost feel like if he'd stuck with his skirmishers, maybe he'd have more of a chance here. But yeah, this is a really big army from Raphael now. I mean, like Kaiserklein, he's pulled all his vills away from the base. He's going to be rebuilding the mills back at home, and that's going to be very costly. And he might even be forced to abandon this plantation on the south as the Gurkha continue pushing, and that's definitely going to hurt, as that's a huge building to be forced to rebuild.
Yeah, if Kaiser's willing to sit here like this, he definitely sees the vills. He knows he's going to fight for it soon. He must be banking on these 5 cures. But I mean, there's a Mansabdar now out on the Zams. And
Mahout's going to be getting onto the skirmishers, the musketeers and goons and everything not reacting quickly enough. He does get
the Mansabdar there, which is quite nice. But 5 cure at a time, it's just not enough, right?
Yeah, it doesn't seem like a CDB is being pulled into the fight, actually, so this might be do or die time for Kaiserklein. Getting a decent position with the cures on top of the Gurkhas, but I don't know that it's going to be enough. Just look at the military population. It's really in favor of Raphael at the moment. The Mahouts as well going to be distracting the musketeers in the back, and yeah, it looks like Raphael's going to be able to kite away comfortably from this position.
Yeah, and the Vil situation is flipped. Raphael is stabilizing. He's making that full switch to a full gold and food plantation-based situation, and I don't know how you come back from that as France if you can't get industrial.
Yeah, it's going to be very tough for him. I mean, Raphael's like fully boomed right now. He doesn't even have to invest into training Vils really anymore. And yeah, Kaiser's just in a rough spot, having lost so many economic buildings on the bottom here that are just so expensive to replace. He's got 4 plantations at home.
Yeah, this is why you never be lazy about this and always take the hit and walk your Vils back home. Because if anything like this happens, you're out 2,000 wood. That's a lot to lose at any point in the game.
Yeah, it feels like he was just super confident with how often he was winning these fights, and he was like, yeah, it doesn't matter, I've won the game.
Yeah,
but
I'm never going to be in
proving
trouble.
him wrong.
Right. It's just to show you leave any vulnerability, and these players will take advantage of it. And transition's almost complete here.
Yeah, 1,000 coin coming out for Raphael now. Just going to be using that to accelerate some more unit production, looks like. Doesn't really have the resources to look to go industrial or anything like that. And on the other side, it actually looks to be pretty even right now. Mills finally being rebuilt back at home. Looks like the military population is... Well, I was going to say actually slightly in favor of Kaiser, but there's 4 Mahouts in queue, along with 6 Redcoats.
Yeah, we have to look at the text too. So there's actually, I don't know if the the rice paddy text show up on the Indian villagers, but it seems like Raphael has no text. And Kaiser also doesn't have very many texts, actually. Only the first mill upgrade, not the first plantation upgrade.
Yeah, here comes the Mahouts, though. Okay, not going to be committing to that just yet.
Probably for the best for Kaiser, honestly. That looks terrifying.
Yeah. Oh, looks like that's actually not even a Redcoat army. That's actually Redcoats and a Falconet, so that's going to be really nice for him as well in this fight. For Raphael, that is.
Yeah, these cures are going to have to be so impactful again, and we keep seeing this over and over again. The muskets coming in, CDB coming out of the back here, but Raphael continuing to do such a fantastic job of using the Zams that he has to be on top of the cures.
And this is why Zambreks are such a fantastic unit with those camel upgrades. They just do so much damage.
Yeah, you just can't go cav, right?
They do so much damage to cavalry. Like, the cures just melt really quickly. And at the end of the day, it looks like all the cures going to get cleaned up, all the skirmishers get cleaned up, and that's going to be GG. Raphael pulling himself back into this series from what looked like was a lost game. And this is something he's just been really good at every tournament game so far at the LAN. Every time he's fallen behind, he's stuck with it. He's either pulled out a win from behind or very nearly done so.
Yeah, and I mean, we talked about Kaiser having such great timing and such great surprises. Unfortunately for him, I think Raphael just so good at adapting. I mean, everything from the first push into his base all the way through to, hanging on and building a single siege elephant against those 4 Falcons. You can just see the power of Raphael continuing to adapt and not letting up the pressure at any point.
Yeah, for sure. And yeah, I mean, just really, really well played from Raphael, holding on there through some really tough holds in the early Fortress Age and even the Colonial surprise timing. He held on through it all and eventually managed to clinch out a victory. And yeah, just a really exciting game, and hopefully this is indicative of what the rest of the series is going to be like, because these first 3 games have just been incredible.
Yeah, I mean, even the ones where Kaiser won a little bit more convincingly, like the last game, there was just a lot happening, and this game was so close. I mean, 35 minutes, we saw mills, rice paddies, players wishing that they had more upgrade cards in their decks is a rare thing to see. So
like, we were just talking to these players earlier today, or maybe yesterday, about how unimpactful economic upgrades in the deck seem to be, but this is one of those games where it definitely would have helped.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, imagine having like Royal Mint in your deck or something when your opponent doesn't. In those type of games, when you're getting the plantations up, definitely important.
Yeah, for sure.
And we're getting set up here for the next game. What's our map again? I think we are on...
Is it New England next?
Ooh, New England. There's always...
No, Thar Desert.
Thar Desert, yeah.
Oh, this is going to be an interesting map, actually, because both these players are big Russian players, and Raphael just used India, which is kind of his go-to civs on these non-TP maps, usually. And
do we think it's going to be... he has to pick first. He can't even react. So
yeah.
Is it Russia? Is it Dutch? It's Dutch. It might be Dutch.
It could be Dutch, but I'm going to say that knowing Raphael, it's likely going to be Russia.
Yeah, because I feel like if he Dutches, Kaiser's got a lot of answers to Dutch as well. All these guys play together so much, and everyone knows about Raphael's Dutch, so people are ready for it at all times.
Yeah, absolutely. But just waiting for Raphael to join the game, and then we'll get right into it.
Yeah, I probably need to have a quick break after that one. I mean, even as a caster, I'm tired. That was such a game.
Yeah, it really was. I'm probably just having a quick bathroom break. Looks like, he is not at the computer there, just taking a short break. But yeah, I'm gonna say that I'm expecting the Russia pick. The question is, does Kaiser go for the mirror?
I really want to think about that one. I don't think he will. I wouldn't want to put my tournament life on the line when especially when you have a lead on a Russia mirror, because those are a weird thing that I don't think you can figure out.
I actually find them. I actually personally do really well in them, I feel like, but it's not a matchup that's been explored a whole lot. Like we've definitely seen some big upsets with Russia mirrors in the past recently. But I don't really know what else Kaiser really plays on non-TP maps that he'd be comfortable picking into Russia.
Yeah, I mean, neither do I. I mean, this could be the beginning of a comeback trend for LordRaphael, where we start seeing, some of those stronger civs come out from him, and maybe Kaiser running out of those like really strong, stable picks that he has. I mean, he doesn't want to play French here, so.
Yeah, you probably don't want to play French on a non-TP map, especially against Russia, who tends to do pretty well against France, at least in recent games. So. We'll just have to wait and see what the players choose to go for. Could still be the Dutch pick from Raphael or something along those lines.
Yeah, I'm wondering how would you answer the Dutch pick? I mean, maybe Russia him right back, right? We've seen so many Dutch players get kind of shut down on these maps when Russia comes out.
Yeah, and I feel like I've seen Kaiser play that matchup quite a bit as well, so I feel like he'd be pretty comfortable with that.
Yeah, absolutely. Almost everyone's got a good Russia game, it feels like, at the tournament.
Yeah, it's been a popular pick this tournament in qualifiers and at the LAN, and it's been pretty successful too. So yeah, it's a pretty solid civ, especially on a map like Thar Desert, where resources are pretty spread out in the map, and you have to leave your base relatively early. Yeah,
that's absolutely true. I mean, the gold situation is quite good, and if you could get a couple hunts under your TC, it feels not bad to be Dutch, but you need to be able to get Fortress, and there's a lot of civs that can deny that.
Yeah, Russia, of course, being potentially one of those civs.
Yeah, and some of that, like 5 Cossack, 4 Cossack, and then you get your stable up, and it's just kind of like this wave after wave of Cossack, just keeping you belled. But either way, I'm not sure what other lines of play would make sense, really, besides either Dutch or Russia here from these guys.
Could be Aztec from Raphael. That is a civ he's played a bit as well.
It always surprises me when he picks Aztec. I don't know why, but I mean, he does it, though. And
he does. I wonder if that is maybe the pick that makes the most sense, right? Like, it's arguably a civ that does well against Russia, and what else does Kaiser really have to play?
Yeah, it's true. And I I always think of Raphael as like mostly an Aztec mirror type player, but we've seen him do really well in non-mirrors as well. So he can definitely play that matchup, and this could be putting Kaiser into the corner from a Civ selection perspective, and that could easily put him out game 4, right?
Yeah, it definitely could. But we'll just have to wait and see. Just Raphael still not quite back at the computer, but yeah, been a great series so far, and hopefully I'm hoping that this is a Raphael comeback in this game, because I really do want this to go all the way to 9 games.
I know. I mean, part of me was hoping for a little bit shorter game so I could get some rest, but I mean, gosh, the series is so good, right? Yeah,
they're very, very close and intense games, and as tiring as it is to cast a really long series, it's really rewarding too. Yeah, I have a feeling that although we said today was going to be a shorter day, I believe Interjection mentioned that in the beginning, it's not shaping up to be that way. It's turning out to be as long as possible, yeah. Yeah, and Raphael coming in maybe with the Russians selected already just to confirm our suspicions. Yep, looks like he is going to be going with the Russian Civ. We'll see what Kaiser chooses in response. I'm personally anticipating the mirror, but he could surprise us. Probably not. Yeah, I mean, gosh, the mirror seems most likely. I'm trying to think what else I could put out there for him. I mean, he doesn't have a lot of non-TP civs. Yeah, scroll through for a second. Oh, you still have... looks like... you still have your home cities. That's no fair. I only have 2. Yeah, it looks like Kaiser should take a moment to think about his pick here. Actually, looks like it is going to be the Russian mirror. Yeah. So, yeah, as expected. All right, at least we'll get a fast game, fingers crossed, maybe. Fast, bloody game, hopefully still pretty close as well. Yeah, well, who knows? It could also easily be just that, and then both players magically end up even, and we go on to a game that goes to Mills and Plantations again. It could be. We did see actually Raphael play this matchup yesterday, I think, against Snow or Haza. Well, I think it was against Snow on this map. And he actually went for a defensive blockhouse instead of the more common aggressive blockhouse in this matchup. So maybe it will be sort of one of those slower games. We'll just have to wait and see. Yeah, definitely. And I think that's a sign of a confident player, right? When you are willing to give up the map control, knowing that you can just kind of outplay your opponent a little bit later, and you'd rather not take the riskier road of having 2 blockhouses on top of each other. Yeah, for sure. But looks like we're almost ready to go. Just waiting on the admin. We've got the colors, we've got the players, the civs.
Yes.
They are ready to go here, and will this be a continuation of Raphael's comeback, or is Kaiser going to grab control again? We will have to wait and see here as we launch into game number 4 in Kaiserklein versus LordRaphael. Yep, should be a good one. Now loading into the game. About to begin. Saving EP recorded game. It's the most exciting moment right before all the action begins. And there we go. A little slow this time. And spawning in the bottom of the map, we have Kaiserklein spawning. This is the top of the map. Whoa, weird. We have Kaiserklein at the top of the map in the color blue, playing as the Russians. And in the bottom of the map, we have LordRaphael spawning as the Russians as well. Both players just grabbing up those food crates, starting to herd. Really, right now, this is a pretty fast map, so I'm trying to quickly get to it. But these players are going to get out and look for those 80 wood treasures. And what they find on this first line as they cut with their Explorer is really going to drive the rest of Age 1. And as we said, LordRaphael immediately running into that 90 wood, Kaiser blowing by the 65 wood, and I think he's going straight for the 90 wood as well, and I think he might steal it. I don't know. It looks like he's actually stopping to take the 65 coins. Oh, he is. So he's turned. That's going to be a nice pickup. No, he's not. He's not. He's killed 2 of them, and he's going back in. Oh. I'm so baffled by that, but almost he just wants to make me have a heart attack here. Maybe he's gone for the 65 coin and then decided that it's not even worth the time because the other treasures are just so much more valuable. But yeah, he checks around the area, doesn't find anything around there,
And this means that he could actually end up losing the 65 coin as well.
Yeah,
do you think he just forgot about it?
I don't think he forgot about it. I think he's a little indecisive there. I mean, as you're walking away, you can always just turn and shoot anyway. So, I mean, he didn't lose that much time. And he's managed to equal it out a little bit, snagging 50 wood. I mean, a lot of times we get hyped about the 85, 90 woods, but at the end of the day, this is just a 40 wood difference so far. And you're right. He's going to find this 65 coin. Will he even notice it? Yeah, he will.
Yeah,
he's probably very confused right now.
Yeah, he's like, why is there only 2 Guardians on here? And he's like, why is Kaiser's Explorer in my base while there's 65 coin with 2 monkeys over here?
Yeah, but, maybe it was a bait so he could pick up this 40 food.
The 40 food is actually...
It's a great treasure,
It's pretty impactful in this matchup for sure. Just getting up those few seconds faster can easily make the difference in a Russian mirror, as you really don't have a lot of wiggle room with your early game macro. Yeah, still probably going to be pretty happy about picking up the 65 coin basically for free. It does tell Kaiser where he was on the map, though.
It gives him a big hint, but he also was walking through his base, so he's kind of fine. But will Raphael just beeline straight for this 85 wood now? He is.
Looks like he does manage to find that.
This is going to be a tough thing to recover from.
Yeah, could be. Getting 30 XP for Kaiser, not the best compensation in the world. So this is going to be a really easy blockhouse potentially for Raphael. Although last time he got wood treasures, I think on this map against Snow, he actually went for a market as soon as he started aging, which actually seems like a pretty good adaptation as well.
Yeah, I mean, in most of their matchups, we would say, yeah, just take the market, take the eco lead and, let that snowball a little bit rather than trying to get your blockhouse up super fast. But this is a highly aggressive matchup, and if you do go for the market, it can leave you vulnerable.
Yeah, that's true. Looks like both players going to be aging now with the Quartermaster, so not going to be any 500 food age up nonsense with all-in aggression or anything like that. And it looks like it is going to be the market going down for Raphael immediately in transition. Going to be grabbing that early hunting dogs and stuff like that. And also going to be herding these elephants and these ibex animals towards his base.
Yep, and Kaiser losing age 1 here a little bit, but he has picked up a number of conciliatory treasures. 60 food, there's a couple 40 foods out there. When you add it all up, it's not as bad as it feels, considering that 175 wood was picked up by LordRaphael.
Yeah, for sure. It looks like there's a market for Kaiser as well, and 3 villagers on the map for Raphael, so he's going to be going for a forward base. Looks like Kaiser might be the one who's going a bit more defensive. Actually, look at this. He's removed all villagers from wood production, so he's going to be using the 400 wood from the age up for his blockhouse, and he's going to be playing this a little bit more defensively.
But he hasn't herded anything yet, and Raphael did get back-herded a little bit by, I think it was Tabin who back-herded him. Someone back-herded him, and I wonder if he's going to return the favor here to Kaiserklein.
Yeah, and look how aggressive this blockhouse is. Raphael walked in as well and saw that the vills were immediately garrisoned.
I can click on the
center.
TC, and I can still see the blockhouse, so that's pretty close to the opponent's base.
Yeah, it's very aggressive for sure. But yeah, here we go. Kaiser now up to the second age. Going to be dropping down that blockhouse at home. So going to be conceding map control for the time being.
And all hunt. I'm just so shocked. He doesn't even have a second hunt herded. And Raphael is going to go and steal these elephants.
Yeah, he's taking a page out of Tabin's book, potentially going to be herding all those hunts away from his opponent's base. But anyway, as I was saying, although he gives up map control, it could allow him to be a little bit greedier to set up for some sort of like early 7 or 8 minute timing. But Raphael spotted the defensive blockhouse and okay, actually no, he is still going to go for the 5 Cossack shipment. Maybe because the blockhouse wasn't up super fast and all the villagers out of position.
Pull trick.
Yeah, going to be pulled to safety, but looks like one vill.
And he picks up a vill, which is really all you need to do for this to be worthwhile. The garrison time alone usually pays for the resources, so grabbing a vill or 2 here is just very large. And 10 Strelets in queue for Kaiser.
The 10 Strelets are so smart too, just because like you see the defensive blockhouse and you know there's not going to be a 5 Cossack shipment when you're going greedy like this.
Yeah, really well played too by Kaiser, keeping all of his villagers alive, but in the Russia mirror, you really don't want to get built up like this.
10 Strelets from
Lots
Kaiser.
of 1 HP vills. Are they going to get snagged? There's a couple hanging here, and no, the Strelets are enough to box them out, and LordRaphael is content to walk away with his 1 vill advantage and a ton of idle time.
Yeah, seems to be the case. And yeah, I mean, Kaiser, you know, he got away with the 700 wood first, but what has it really done for him? He doesn't have a lot of animals left in base. Those elephants are really risky to start hurting them right now with the military lead that Raphael has, and he's actually starting to place down some walls, but does he really have the time to play this defensively?
Yeah, and Raphael is always quite good at getting cav up whenever he gets a window. You'll see he went 700 wood to follow this up, and he's going to switch to cav. So Kaiser's stable, finishing not much faster than LordRaphael's, even despite all the defensive plays he's made, and the scores really reflect that difference.
Yeah, really nice building placement, though, from Kaiser here, placing all those houses in the line there just to make it a little bit easier to defend his resources here. But even just being forced off of that one animal that only has 150 food on the corner here, even that is pretty impactful with how few hunts he actually has underneath his town center.
Yeah, but Raphael actually already has steel traps and placer mines in somehow, and Kaiser just now getting steel traps. So a lot, I don't know how it's happened, but maybe it's just from the treasures in Age 1, but that pressure is really starting to add up.
Yeah, it seems like it's a really good spot to be in for Raphael for sure. Going to be bringing some Cossacks off to the side just to make sure there's no hidden villagers or anything like that. Do a little bit of additional scouting. And going to catch the Explorer on his way out there.
Kaiser catching the low HP
one.
this could
and
be the snare here.
This could be a good catch for Kaiser.
Yeah, I think he's got a good catch lined up here. One more snare from the Explorer, and he's going to be able to switch it over to the Cossacks. But there are a lot of infantry here to defend.
Yeah, looks like...
And a full batch of 4
Looks
Cossacks.
like he's not quite going to get both of them, but does get some nice damage on them.
Yeah, he got them both down to below half HP. It was a good exchange for him.
Yep, but I don't know if that's going to be enough. The hunts are almost out. He's got only like 100.
Ooh,
a couple
look at his timing.
left. Yeah, this is actually
huge
a good
massive cav. 5 Cossack
700
shipment.
coin was the next shipment for Raphael, so he's actually going to be really far behind.
Only 5
for
muskets out here too, and I wonder if this is going to be held or not. And looks like Kaiser kind of pulling away a little bit, even though the muskets had thinned out. I think he was happy just to get the value trade there and free himself up to either push out for these elephants, or I'm sure he knows there's a hunt to the left that he can.
Yeah, but look,
find.
another big batch of Cossacks and Strelets coming. This is going to be go time for Kaiser.
Yeah, Kaiser getting out 4 Cossacks there. He's going to go.
Yeah, this is the perfect timing right as his animals run out at home. He needs map control now.
Yeah,
but
and he's just jamming everything in there, but his Cossacks are not getting into the engagement as cleanly as he would have liked, I'm sure. Coming around, one of them lost on a villager. Strelets on Strelets. I think the Cossacks are starting to thin out, though, for LordRaphael, just considering how many Kaiser had. There is a batch that could come out at any second, though. There's going to be muskets and definitely some Cossacks coming out here.
Yeah, and there's a shipment on the way for Raphael as well. Probably that 4 Cossack shipment.
Yeah, is he going to get out of here to pick up the 3 villas and get out? There's 4 Cossacks and the muskets. Does he pursue this, or does he kind of back off here and just take the hunt? It's hard to say.
Yeah, I mean, he hasn't started hurting the hunt yet, right? Like,
yeah, Kaiser's villas are all idle in base.
He kind of has to keep fighting, or at least keep his army in like, he can't fully retreat back to the base. And it looks like Raphael trying to force the issue a little bit. That 4 Cossack shipment's going to be popping any second now from that blockhouse.
But so can Kaiser's shipment come too. Tons of idle villas. Kaiser is 1,000% committed to this.
This looks really good for Kaiser now.
Yeah, 4 extra Cossacks, and he's overextended a little bit, and now he's fixing his villas, but more Cossacks coming for LordRaphael too.
Yeah, really, really close. Vils being pulled into the fight.
I think he's just going to hunt out here.
Yeah, he's just going to take the elephants underneath here.
Yeah, why not, right? I mean, there's nowhere else to go.
I don't know if this is going to work, though.
I think it's working. Villagers do really well in Russian mirrors.
Look at the military population, though. It's actually in favor of Raphael. And they're fighting underneath his reinforcement points. There's only like 6 food left in this elephant. There's not going to be any reinforcements coming behind this for Kaiser. He's only got villagers in queue. And he's going to be forced to walk away towards the elephants over there. And all of his villagers are going to be exposed. Cossacks out now. There's nothing coming for Kaiser. This could be the end of the game, potentially. The Vil's going to be forced to fight the Cossacks, trying to defend those Strelets. Reinforcing Musketeers going to be joining the fight as well. And reinforcing villagers from the TC moving up to the elephant.
Yeah, and we can see Kaiser doing a strong job here with 13 Strelets coming out. I'm sure the same is following for Kaiser. Yeah, you can't. There's nothing you can do here but to send more units. Tons of villagers dropping, but the villager count's still relatively even, and Minutemen hitting the floor as well. If this is enough to clean up and hold these elephants, will he have a chance, or will these? Yeah, 5 more Cossacks coming out for both players. And these Minutemen are kind of the last-ditch effort, right?
Yeah, but Kaiser going in again underneath that blockhouse. He's behind by almost 10 units. And I think this is probably going to be the end for him. These units are going to get cleaned up, and then all of those villagers are going to be exposed. And yeah, I don't really know that he's got much else coming. There's no units in queue for him, only villagers. And I don't think these unupgraded villagers will be able to hold this off. And there's the comeback for Raphael, bringing it up to 2-2.
Yeah, 2-2, and I mean, I was so surprised that he didn't forward base. Yeah, I guess it was the treasures. He didn't feel comfortable, and he never really found this hunt on the side. So, you know, as a result, I think he did a good job of finding his timing when he had a chance to do it. But again, Raphael reacting very well to Kaiser's strong strategic plays.
Yeah, he almost managed to break the forward base there, but just didn't quite make it. And yeah, just really solid build and control by Raphael there as well.
Yeah, maybe I wonder if maybe some villagers got involved a little bit sooner. You know, like as he was pushing out that first time, if he just brought 20 vills with him, right, and just said, you know what, I'm just gonna take this blockhouse and I'm hunting here now, and that may have been the only way to break out of that.
Yeah, for sure.
All right, so that was game number 4. We're dead even again. I think our predictions were right. We're in for an all-nighter here.
Yeah, it seems like we're in for a close series, and yeah, it's just been great games so far. And now we're about to have my favorite map to watch. New England, I believe, is the next one, right?
Oh, yeah.
And
I think we've seen some great games. We got Revolts.
Yeah, Revolts, warships everywhere, water booming, walling, ATP.
Lancer Goon.
Hey, it's not that bad.
Yeah, but we've seen a lot of really interesting strategies on this map, and it's another chance, kind of like that Deccan game we talked about, another map where things can just totally flip-flop on you.
Yeah, for sure. Looking forward to it. Kind of expecting maybe an Ottoman mirror here.
You think?
Well, I know that Kaiser's been playing a lot of Ottoman on New England this whole tournament. Abyss Boat is his favorite combo. And it's really strong.
What is that? It's
so
boats
we'll see.
for the units and Abyss for the boats?
Yeah, you got your warships to deal with the land units and your Abyss guns to deal with the boats.
Yep, exactly.
But yeah, we'll see what Raphael has to answer that as the players host up the lobby here.
You always join so fast.
Well, I figure if I join, then you can join, and then I can leave, and we can figure out when I can join.
Yes,
that
we've
way.
been doing that, so let's keep doing that. Oh, looks like we
here
don't
we
have to. Players are just as ready as we are for the next game, and they haven't picked any. We have no Civ selections yet, but Raphael is up to pick first. So Kaiser will again get a chance to have the matchup he wants.
Yep. The thing is it really an advantage to counterpick when your opponent has seen you play the same Civ on the same map the entire tournament?
Yeah, that's a good point.
So in a way, Raphael almost has a counterpick here.
Well, that's what we saw.
Unless Kaiser has some sort of mix-up strategy coming in.
Well, that's what we saw with Diaroga, right? I mean, everyone had a huge read on what he was going to do, and there were gaping holes in that send the frigate in the boat and the frigate in the middle of the pond no matter what strategy. And
right, and then Tabin abused it really well with the revolt. But yeah, it looks like Raphael has locked in the Ottomans, and he's just going to be checking his deck real quick. So I'm expecting there to be a mirror coming up.
Well, you called it, and you know Kaiser better than probably anyone here, actually. So I have to go with you and say an auto mirror is coming. What are we going to see matchup-wise? I mean, kind of strategy-wise. Are we seeing TPs?
That's hard to say because Kaiser, he's really comfortable with auto, but I don't know that he's played a lot of Ottoman mirrors. At the same time, I don't know that Raphael's played a lot of Ottoman mirrors either, so we could really see anything.
Yeah, there's a lot, endless range of possibilities here in the Ottoman mirror.
Especially on this map with the pawns and the warships, and you could fast fortress, you could make Abyss guns deal with the boats, you could do anything. You could go water, one person could go stagecoach,
Yeah. This is perfect because now we can actually say boats for the Abyss and Abyss for the boats.
Yep.
Because they're both going to go boat Abyss. And we are locked in here going into game number 5, Kaiserklein versus LordRaphael. Another mirror coming out here on New England. Just waiting for the admin to get us ready here and take us into game number 5.
All right, here we go. The game has just launched. We are just saving the recorded game, and we'll be ready to get started. Looks like the map has spawned pretty fairly as well. Both players fair hunts, fair minds, so there won't be any restarts this time around.
Fingers crossed. I mean, this is not in our hands, but spawning in the top right-hand side of the map, I've got my directions correct this time, my players correct. It's LordRaphael in the color red, playing as Ottoman, gathering up those crates, heading out for his first TP. On the south side of the map, we have Kaiserklein playing as Ottomans as well, spawning in the color blue, and already a quick deviation. We've got the first passy type of TP out of LordRaphael going straight for this corner TP. It's the fastest one you can get. Kaiserklein going for one that's a bit more out of the way.
Yeah, I mean, on the one hand, you might get the pass a little bit faster as Raphael. I'm not actually sure who gets first pass. But going for the one that Kaiserklein's gone for keeps you a little bit closer to the treasures.
Yes, I prefer this top route for that exactly that reason. Because if you look at the line you have to walk to get to this TP is right in the middle, and there's almost no treasures. Whereas if you walked around this way, that's where there's often upwards of 250 food in treasures, and that's all just straight time off of your age up when you're playing as Otto.
And looks like he has found the 90 food. However, Raphael is actually going to get that first pass, so that will be a little bit of compensation for losing this treasure.
Yeah, I think I'd take the 90 food.
Yeah, the 90 food is pretty good, but I mean, you take what you get. One other thing about this trading post is it could potentially give you a little bit of information about what your opponent's doing in transition.
Wait, sorry, I got to cut you off here before we miss it. Glitched 80 food treasure, so he's now going to get another 80 food for a free bear.
Oh, that's really convenient. But
Yeah.
there's a really weird looking villager treasure over here for Raphael as well. This villager is just hovering up in midair.
Can he even get that? What happens when you pick that up?
I have no idea how you pick that up.
We're about to find out. I mean, these are things that...
That's like the genie treasure right there. You pick him up, he's like, what do you wish for? And you're like, I wish for a settler. Oh, you can't even pick it up.
Oh, my gosh.
That's really unfortunate.
These are...
and then there's a treasure that didn't even... What happened to the treasures this game?
These are things that only happen on RE maps. This is every type of treasure glitch all in one.
I've never seen all the treasures bug like this. There's a floating villager. There's one guardian for a treasure. There's a treasure with two guardians, but no treasure.
Yeah, I mean, I've seen all of those treasures before, but never all one after another right next to each other. And
right, yeah.
It was. I mean, when the tree doesn't spawn, I had a bad feeling you wouldn't be able to pick that up. But
look at the age up difference for Kaiserklein off of those
170
two food treasures.
Yeah. And another. What is this? Oh, this is just a black bear.
There's going to be a 90 food for Raphael here.
Yeah,
he'll balance it out. Yeah, it's gonna help him out. And like Ottoman, they don't lose villager production or anything like that while they're aging, so they're gonna have the same economy. The only advantage Kaiser's really gonna get from this is maybe he'll be able to forward base more safely or something like that, which is exactly what he's doing. Villagers going forward, and maybe he'll get a head start in building trading posts if that's even what you want to do in an Ottoman mirror.
I feel like you almost just want to do Jans right now and just make sure that you get control of the TP line, and then once you establish that, aren't you you're just going to go stagecoach, right? And then they have to catch up.
Yeah, honestly, I have no idea. But let's take a look at what players are aging with. It's going to be the quartermaster for both players, so not going to be any tower or anything to lock down these pawns or to set up forward shipment points for a fast fortress or anything. Yes. However, Raphael has all of his vills on food and nothing on coin. So he actually could be going for some kind of fast fortress.
Interesting that they're both getting TPs. He who builds a barracks is going to be very happy here, because killing 2 TPs just kind of passively with a couple Jans and then aging slightly after your opponent is a good place to be. Let's see what the first shipment is, though, coming out of LordRaphael. Like you said, probably that 700 gold straight FF.
Yeah, but as he ages up, the barracks is almost finished for Kaiserklein. Looks like he's going to be getting started on some Janissary production to really try and take control of these TPs. And it will really be on Raphael to try to make something happen with this FF. He's dropping a barracks now. I mean, he could maybe make some Janissaries out of it, but just looking at his macro, I don't see how he could possibly intend to do anything other than Fast Fortress.
Yeah, I mean, he's not spending the wood, right? And that's always a good sign that you're not going to do anything but FF.
But the thing that building this barracks Yeah, the thing that doing this barracks immediately, even though you're not going to use it, does though, is it does mean that your if you get scouted, your opponent won't really know exactly what you're doing. However, he does actually have Janissaries in queue, so maybe not committing to that fast fortress idea.
He's housed, though. I don't know. He's built all these things, and 700 wood has not arrived yet. He's clearly going to go for colonial now that we say that, because he needs the wood to build houses here.
Yeah,
but
and
he's just up so much later. I mean, there's already a 9-score gap.
Yeah, and an artillery foundry up for Kaiserklein as well. Going to be starting that Abyss production already, and he's already changed his shipment point to the pond as well, in Raphael's pond. So
just for later, you think?
He's set up for the Abyss boat combo that he's been using all tournament long on this map.
Yeah, but Raphael's the one who's been getting better pokes and things this game. We've seen a lot of games where Kaiser's been down eco, down units, and managed to kind of poke and micro his way to victory, and it looks like it's LordRaphael's turn to make that happen.
Right. One thing about this matchup that just occurred to me as you're talking about that is that Raphael's such a raid-heavy player, but Ottoman is such a civ that can't really afford to raid very much. So
yeah,
I feel like this is just a really favorable position for Kaiser to be in, especially now that he has Abyss guns. He gets to play his favorite game, just micro all day long.
Yeah, the poke game, yeah. And Abyss in the queue for both players, it's a little bit unfortunate for Raphael that they're both mirroring unit comps and builds. There's no kind of wiggle room, right?
Yeah, and I think with how aggressive these Abyss guns are being, maybe those caravels are actually on the way already.
You think? I was expecting a 600 wood or something just 600
to punch
the game.
600 wood would make sense for the stagecoach. It's definitely one of those two. But we'll just have to wait and see, I guess.
Or it's 600 coin.
I wonder if maybe you don't ever actually commit to caravels in this matchup, just because the Abyss guns will just pick them off immediately, right?
Yep, there's a 600 wood, 600 coin. So we've got kind of those two ends of the spectrum. LordRaphael knowing he needs full batches of Abyss out in order to contest this trade line, and Kaiser feeling like he's got it unlocked, just setting up. If Raphael can push out, that just like sets up a free stagecoach for him to pick up.
Yeah, but just Kaiser has so many more units.
Yeah, there's a lot of units there, and those Jans are in range, picking off a full Abyss and a second
Another
Abyss coming.
Oh, okay.
Oh no, he misclicked. And just a 1 HP Abyss left.
Yeah, here we go, though. The Abyss count is heavily in favor for Kaiserklein.
Every time those shoot, it's devastating.
It's just painful. Like two Abyss guns going down.
Not
like
even the 1 HP one.
Yeah, like a really, really nice split. Not overkilling at all there.
Yeah, and he's just going to I think he can just walk out here. You don't want to be near the TC because they do quite well against Abyss.
Oh, here's the two galleys from Kaiser, so he's always going to have a point to fall back to while he's applying the pressure here.
I like that quite a bit because now he's got the stagecoach line. He doesn't need to kind of race this out. Ooh, a little bit of a misclick there as well.
Yeah, a couple of good trades there for Raphael, but this stagecoach is likely going to be done pretty soon from that 600 wood. All 4 trading posts up for Kaiserklein, so he's looking to be in just such a solid position with the 2 galleys controlling the pond here and the stagecoach coming in for the economy, and he's still got equal military.
What if like a 3 Husk card comes in here and he tries to make a play? I don't think it would work. It's a lot of the caravels, right?
Yeah, I mean, there's just a lot you can do. But he's dropping his own flag in the pond.
Ooh,
that would have been good.
That wasn't even a 0 HP one.
Yeah, it would have been nice if those Abyss guns had managed to get a volley in there. But if he manages to win the fight with the 2 galleys popping out here, could be exactly what he needs. Here we go. They popped out. Abyss gun's just barely in range if that galley gets a little bit of a shot off, but not quite what he needs. 1 galley goes down immediately. And this is going well for Raphael so far, but he has to be careful not to lose.
The Abyss are going in to try to kill the boat, and he's just throwing away like 8 Abyss for that. He didn't even get the boat.
It lives at 20 HP. His own galley was actually it actually missed the last cannonball, so.
And now he's got stagecoach, but he's lost a lot of units. It's going to take ages for that stagecoach to replace.
And now with the 2 galleys up for Raphael, now he can be really aggressive with his army on the trading line and always have that fallback point.
Yeah, I mean, this is going to have to be like flawless kiting here from these Abyss to pick up more value.
Yeah, this has been a really good comeback for Raphael so far. A really nice pick
falling there.
This trading post is definitely going down, and there's 6 Abyss guns in queue for Kaiserklein, but
doesn't even catch him up.
Yeah, it doesn't even.
He's got to kill all the 1 HP ones
count
here, or else he's got nothing. real quick, there's only three Aegis left
Hussars
that could be killed. Yeah, 3 Hussar could be the turning point that he needs to kind of trade back.
It's his only shot for sure. Another batch of Abyss guns popping out, focusing down the Abyss as much as possible. Jan's actually going into melee just to snare. But there's just so much stuff here for Raphael. The 3 Hussars just immediately getting zoned away. But the Abyss guns in melee with the Janissary is actually doing sort of okay. But at the end of the day, it looks like Raphael's going to win this pretty comfortably.
Will he, though? I mean, there's only one Abyss left. And Jan's just kind of exists to tank for Abyss, and there's a batch of Abyss about to pop.
I guess there is Abyss in queue for Kaiser, so maybe if he keeps these Hussars alive in time to snare when that pops.
And we have to remember, the stagecoach is still strong, and those boats can't hit any of the TPs, so who really cares that they're in the pond, right? If Kaiser can restabilize here like he is, he might be able to come back.
Yeah, he does still have the better economy for sure, and it's definitely helping him out. And yeah, all things considered, that was probably the best Raphael could hope for. But yeah, not quite enough there to really get a convincing lead. Now dropping down a stable back at home, he's going to make that transition into Hussars as well.
He's getting tempted. That flag can see the 1 HP boat, and he's like, I
man.
want it. He wants that 1 HP boat. Oh, no, he didn't. He can't use the 1 HP one. Is he going to go for it now? Yeah, there we go.
There we go.
Actually, wow, Abyss do
Abyss
a lot of damage.
They're just so good against
Holy
warships.
cow, 40 damage a shot.
Oh, did you see him trying to juke the cannonball as well there?
Yeah, but now 3 Huss coming out and a big Huss transition with a stable. That's gonna be tough to deal with. Geez, you're gonna need to have Jans, and Kaiser looks to be cutting Jans to remass Abyss.
Yep, but Raphael still with the.
Oh, he shipped 5
Abyss
Jans. He
count.
shipped 5 Jans. Those are going to be very important when 8 Huss hit you all at once.
Yeah, this Hussar switch, it could be deadly. There's no Janissaries in queue or anything for Raphael or for Kaiserklein either. And here we are, 7 Hussars, only 4 Janissaries and 2 Hussars to defend these.
There's 5 more Jans are coming from the shipment. They need to get here and get here fast. Jans just do so little damage to everything. It's going to take ages to kill those Hussar, but a really nice job here of escaping out the back and meeting up with the Jans for more snare and focusing those Hussar down as best as he can. He's going to need to get back for minutes, right? Like he's got to get way back.
Yeah, the Minutemen are called, as you mentioned. They might be enough here, but the Abyss count is slightly in favor of Raphael. Some Jans swapping out immediately, one getting picked off.
Yeah, Minutemen do quite well against Abyss too, actually, right?
I don't think they actually bonus.
They do, surely, right? Maybe not. Who cares?
Anyway.
We are all over these Jans getting on top of the Abyss, and Raphael doing just as nice of a job at micring back and fanning out
another reinforcing batch of Hussars, though.
3 Abyss left. Minutemen are running out here.
Yeah, I mean, this has been some really good kiting from Kaiser. The Abyss gun's still alive, but they don't have much further to run, and they're going to get taken out. This is exactly what Raphael needs. Coming back even despite being so far behind in economy. 5 Janissaries coming from him as well just to continue the pressure.
And he's going pure Huss behind this. He wants to clinch this game.
Yeah, I mean, there's nothing Kaiser can do to save this base, it feels like. However, maybe with the time it takes to siege the base and then maybe start sieging the trading posts, maybe he can afford to rebuild military buildings back at home. And
that's what he's doing. His TPs are set to wood right now, and
yeah, there's the barracks in the back going down. So he's going to try to mitigate this as much as possible with the extra resources he's getting. But the Hussars going to be applying some pressure onto the villagers. And they could. The Rax isn't up yet. There's no units in queue, so it looks like. If the Hussars find the gold mine here, they're not going to. We got to remember, Ottoman have almost never the whole map scouted, so he doesn't know where any of Kaiser's resources are. So he has.
He's looking now, and eventually he will find that mine. But he's got enough time to get out 5 Jans.
It might be enough time to get out the Jans to save the bills.
Man, Kaiser needs to really get that foundry up like ASAP. Or is he going for Fortress off the food?
Here we go. The Hussars have found the Vills.
I think he's going for Fortress.
He could be going for Fortress. I don't know if he can.
He's doing it. He's clicked it.
The Vills, though, I feel like he's queued some more Jans. He knows he needs the Jans to defend these villagers. A couple do go down.
Look at him just bouncing back and forth. He's killed like 4 Vills.
Yeah, but yeah, this age up actually might be exactly what he needs, though. Raphael's going to spend a lot of time sieging these TPs. Kaiser still ahead in eco for the time being as a result of those TPs. Yeah, he's going to lose a fill on the berries as well. That's painful.
Yeah, but with the raids, putting out a 3 Vil lead, we have to consider the TP line, so technically Kaiser's not behind yet, and he has snuck in a Fortress Age, whereas Raphael is 0% of the way to Fortress.
And Raphael's going to start constructing these trading posts, which will take a little bit of time to pay off. So Kaiser does have maybe a little bit of time in early Fortress here to try to get himself back into it, but it's going to be hard to hold with how large of a military lead Raphael has.
Yeah, well, the other problem, too, is he got up without even having a shipment. So it's not like we're going to see Mams or Spahi or something to surprise Raphael here, not for a while at least.
Right, yeah. What did he age with? Did he
fast age? Yeah.
That's, okay.
It's a thing, yes, that can be done.
Not something you usually see out of Ottomans. Usually they want to go for the 4 Hussars or something, but...
Yeah, I feel like he should have maybe just stayed Colonial here, just considering how deep into the cards we are. We played 4, 8, 9 cards already.
Raid on the gold mine again. Gonna get some more villagers. The Jans are walking up to the trading line, so they're not around to defend that. There's some Jans in queue, but a lot of villagers gonna go down before that pops. He's actually just gonna run straight back to the TC because those Jans just aren't gonna pop out in time.
Yeah. The Jans were started so late because he was attacking Vet Tech, and Jans are slow training because of how much they cost. So losing like 4 or 5 vills, maybe more, 6 vills possibly.
Yeah, that's a painful
11
raid
vills
for sure.
lost.
And I mean, you're gathering berries the whole time as well. Raphael's just freely mining out on the map, hunting out on the map, building the trading posts. And yeah, he's looking to be in a really, really good position now. The only thing Kaiser does have going for him is that he is in the Fortress Age. He has that veteran Janissary upgrade, and he has a Fortress shipment on the way.
Yep.
These Janissaries could get caught, though.
I think they're going to catch the Hussar. I don't think they're getting caught.
Hussar's not quite high enough HP. That's actually exactly what Kaiser needs.
Yep, he needs a couple little picks here because he's now behind in economy. The only thing he's got going for him is literally whatever comes out of that Fortress.
What's the shipment going to be, though?
2 Falcons, it has to be, right? You need one of those game changers.
Is 2 Falcons enough against Abyss guns?
It has to be. That's the only chance you've got. I mean, other shipments, like, what do you do, send 5 Huss? I mean, it's pretty much your only option is to make a big play on
Another Vil
the
going to go down to this Hussar, it looks like. No, not quite going to commit to that, actually. But does force them off of the hunt, although the hunt was out of food anyway, it looks like. So.
Kaiser can cycle the TP line while Raphael's saving up to age here, and you know, we can fall into some game where Kaiser's only behind by those 5 vills that you lost, which is no small thing, but it's better than what we're looking at right now.
Yeah, this is a tough spot to be in. Raphael saving to age himself now behind this as well.
Pretty good though.
They're pretty good units for
he's
sure.
Going for the Falcons. I think he's going to go for this fight with the, try to take a poke, but it's not really working out for him. Being a little indecisive here. Big volleys on the Abyss.
Yeah, there's not a lot left to defend the Falcons, though. The Jan's just going in melee.
Wow, but can Kaiser go in melee to slow him down? He's going in melee just to slow down the Jans. And I think you're right. I don't think there's 5 more Jans though, and there's no Abyss left. That one Falcon missing a shot here. I think every shot's going to count. He's got to kill those last couple Abyss, but a few Jans finally getting into hand attack. Wow, look at that. Only a few Jans left. I think he might be able to clean this up with the 2 Falcons.
Yeah, and behind this, Raphael's aging at the same time. Both the Falcons go down, still has a military lead. He's still gathering on natural resources, and he's looking to be in a fantastic position now with 2 trading posts in the middle of the map here.
Yeah, I mean, that was as good of a trade as I've ever seen 2 Falcons get, and it still wasn't enough. So, is there another shipment on the way? Not yet.
I am not sure.
Seems unlikely. Seems
if
like we're
there
close
is,
to one.
what is his next shipment?
I have to look and think about it. I mean, is it 8? It's probably 8 Jans. It's one of those
it's gotta
situations.
It's got to be 8 Jans, right? Like, there's nothing else that.
Yeah, it's GG.
Really good enough. And yeah, he sees the Fortress Age, and he knows that his advantage is gone. And Raphael actually taking a lead after starting being down 2 games.
Yeah, these guys are great players, and it's hard to lose after that start. These guys are great players, and it's just very clear that there's no position they can't come back from.
Yeah, just really well played. How did you age so fast? He got lots of food treasures, that's how.
Yes.
But what really well played from Raphael to get back into the game from that position with no stagecoach control, and even being down military early on, he just had a really good timing and then a really good Hussar switch as well, and it pulled out well for him. And also just being on top of the raids when he has those advantages. He knows that it's something he's just done really well all series, and Kaiserklein has struggled to deal with it.
Yeah, Raphael has great reads on his raids. I mean, he raids a lot, but they're always at unexpected times. Like the way he came in right when the Vet Jans was going down and the Jans were leaving the base. Stuff like that leaves him in a great position. I don't see him very often raiding and getting caught out in a really bad way.
Yeah, not super often for sure.
And we are getting very close to our sub goal. Looks like we're a touch over 400, so that's fantastic. We started off at 0 and only 100 more to go. So hopefully we can cross that major milestone as well by the time this series finishes, if it ever finishes. I mean,
if it ever finishes, yeah. These games have been very close and very long. We could definitely be in for another 4 games.
Yeah, definitely not a bad way to go into the weekend.
All right, just getting the players into the lobby here.
What map are we on? We're off of some of the more wonky maps and back to something more standard, I believe. Yes, High Plains, so the 5 TP map. And Ottoman's been kind of
Ottoman is still up for Kaiser now.
That's true, so he could maybe take his Ottoman victory a little bit later on here if Ottoman truly is as strong as we think they are on High Plains.
Yep, definitely could be something he goes for. But we'll have to see. Alternatively, he could also go for something like Portuguese. I know he plays a bit, or Sioux even could be a good pick on High Plains. With there's a lot of good treasure guardians on this map, and a lot of really good treasures too that come with those guardians, and that helps you sort of control the TP line. And you just have a lot of really high mobility on a very open map is very good as well.
Yeah, definitely. There's a lot of different things that can happen, and because every single path here is pretty open feeling. Looks like we had someone trying to play the horn over there. Was not a great sound coming out of that. Wow, I could hear it from all the way over here.
Yeah, me too.
Geez. Looks like players are well, not the players, but the crowd is getting a little rowdy here, waiting for the next game to start.
Yep.
And with the ceremonial horn being played, we go into game number 6, right?
Yep. And I mean, Kaiser, he was off to a great start in this series. Took the first 2 games very convincingly, but Raphael with a very convincing comeback. It's now on Kaiserklein to prove that the first 2 games weren't just a fluke, that Raphael wasn't just warming up, right?
Right. Yeah, Raphael has had to continually pick first too, and that is not easy to pick first going into these games. And he keeps showing time and time again that it doesn't really matter what Kaiserklein picks; he's totally comfortable with it. Although it has been 2 mirrors, so Kaiser also hasn't exactly been going for the abusive counter pick type of strategy.
Mm-hmm. But again, I've just been really impressed with Raphael's ability to come back from deficits in these games. Almost every single game, maybe aside from the Russian mirror, he's been down a lot. And even in the games he lost, they were hard-fought victories for Kaiserklein.
The India game he was behind. The Otto game he was way behind.
Way behind, and he still came back. So. He's just proven that, no matter how far ahead you are, you cannot be lazy against him. You have to watch your villagers. You have to make sure you control the fights perfectly, or he will catch you.
Yeah, absolutely. And could this be the Sioux coming out? This Sioux is a terrifying civ on this map, and we do see Sioux waiting for the word. Yeah, he's locked it in. He's going to check his decks. I love the seriousness, checking the decks before every game, but. Sioux, what happens with Sioux here? Because I know they now build their own TPs instead of everyone else's. So can they really take advantage of the 5 TPs?
I don't think they really take super good advantage of the 5 TPs, but I think other civs really struggle to take advantage of them as well against Sioux.
Just because they're out on the map and you can't hold up your TPs.
Right, and it just even in Age 1, sometimes they get some Renegados and Tomahawks and Outlaw Riders, and they just kill you before you can even construct them. So it's really tough to deal with. And actually, Kaiser's going with the autos again on this map.
I was worried. I was worried about this. This is the classic vanilla or RE commentary that like, oh, you can't beat auto. Just go Sioux and make only bow riders because they don't do well against goons. But bow riders a bit weaker on EP and auto a bit weaker on EP. I'm kind of curious. All the rating that comes out of LordRaphael, it just seems like anything could really happen here. But I'm worried for Kaiser in this game.
It seems like it's going to be a tough matchup. I don't see, like, Ottoman, they struggle a lot in the early game with the one explorer, and he always has to be locked down building trading posts, can't do any scouting. And Sioux is going to be able to find him really easily, potentially kill him, deny that stagecoach, and yeah, I mean, Sioux also being a very raid-centric civ, and Otto being a civ that really struggles against raids. This could be a really tough game for him. However, Ottoman also has some really strong all-ins, and Sioux doesn't have Minutemen or anything like that. So, you know, it's hard to say exactly how it's going to play out.
Exactly right. And we will see how it's going to play out right now as we get into game number 6, Kaiserklein versus LordRaphael. Spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of the map, we have Kaiserklein playing as the Ottoman. And in the top right-hand corner of the map, we have LordRaphael spawning as the Sioux in the color red. Both explorers out on the map, running around. We can see LordRaphael's perspective right now. He is going to have this entire map scouted in the blink of an eye. And Kaiserklein, on the other hand, looking to lay down that TP. And fortunately for him, this is one of the few things that you really need to go right against Sioux is you want to find one of those, the good treasures are with minimal effort. We've got a Vil and 80 wood here, and Kaiser can actually contest those. They're not going to be too far away.
Yeah, that's definitely going to be good for him. I don't know if he'll be able to contest this 80 wood without missing the pass. If Raphael even finds it, it looks like he just barely misses it.
If he were to start that, we would definitely want to see if from Kaiserklein's perspective, when he notices and if he plans to move away from the TP. But he's going to finish it up, and at this point, both treasures are going to be probably known by Raphael any second. Pretty sure he definitely saw that. And he's going for it straight away. Is Kaiserklein going to notice it? Kaiserklein absolutely notices. And wait, he doesn't notice.
Oh no!
He does not notice.
That's just a free villager for Sioux right there.
Yeah, well, 60 food. That's going to take 30 seconds for a villager to do that.
Or maybe he just decided he doesn't want to risk getting into any fights with the Sioux war chief. Wants to keep those hit points as high as possible on that explorer.
But he's also walking into an 80 food. This is kind of building your own 140 food treasure here.
Yeah, this is going to get spotted by the coyote though. And
I don't think
Sioux
he can
war
get there in
chief.
time.
Of course he can.
Okay,
it's the Sioux war chief.
Yeah, he's a little too fast, right?
Yeah, here we go. So he's coming in.
He does get the last shot though, right? Kaiser does. Maybe he can get a good
finish it
angle
off with
on
the
this.
coyote. There we go. Okay, it's actually really close. I think
Sioux got it.
Yeah, Sioux got it.
Yeah, Sioux always gets the treasures. So that's an 80 food. Great pickup by Raphael, getting over there instantaneously. I think had he been a couple seconds later, he wouldn't have had a chance at that one. So he does get to get another 30 food. I mean, gosh, that really, I mean, it doesn't seem like much. It's only 80 food, but that put a big wrench in Kaiserklein's plan. It feels so good when you walk like straight back to your base and just pick up 60, 80, 30 food. They just synergize really well together.
Yeah. That being said, though, he is already up to the Colonial Age, or clicking up to the Colonial Age anyway, and he's going to be switching those villagers to wood, looking to add some more trading posts on the map. And Raphael, he doesn't have a lot of, well, he doesn't really have any guardians, but doesn't have anything he can really do to deny that at the moment. So that's going to be at least a good thing for Kaiserklein.
Yep, and LordRaphael now just clicking up.
And 2 villagers coming forward as well.
Yeah, do you think this is a Janissary all-in type situation? Maybe Kaiser's a little bit on tilt.
We'll see. If he goes for the second TP, then no. But if he doesn't, then maybe.
It just
but
seems
just knowing
you
Kaiser,
don't need 2 vills to forward base if you're not going all in, right?
I honestly, I guess, yeah, maybe not. But I think he is going for the second trading post, and so it's not going to be something super all in. Maybe he's still aggressive, but definitely not going to be like. No eco, 700 food, dual racks, Jan Rush, or something like that.
Yeah, and herding's also been a tough point for Kaiser this game. I'm just kind of checking around the map. It looks like, again, he's really struggling to get out there and get his hunts pulled into his base, and only 1 hunt is likely going to be brought in here. So those Sioux raids are going to be pretty powerful.
Yeah, he still has plenty of time to get that back to his town center, though, and Bison, of course, pretty easy to herd relative to other hunts. But he is up now with the Quartermaster, that 400 wood coming in, as well as a mosque up here, getting that mosque upgrade so he can get some of those villagers a little bit more quickly. And we'll see what building he chooses to drop down with these villagers in just a moment. It looks like it is going to be a barracks. And it hasn't been spotted or anything from Sioux, but actually looks like Raphael sticking around by this second trading post.
I think he's anticipating a stagecoach game, and that's exactly what Kaiser's going for too. It's always so hard to beat Otto off the stagecoach line. Nice job there, quickly crack-shotting the Guardian and getting right back to building. Jan's going to come out, and if that second TP gets built, Kaiser will know exactly where every TP is because there's 2 sockets, 2 TPs. He can just rally his Jan straight to it.
Right, but is Raphael maybe being a little bit too greedy here?
Oh, I would definitely think he is.
He's not building any military buildings. He still has lots of vills on wood. His population suggests that it's 5 vills. Yeah, so he's not going to have any units for a long time. He's only got 1 villager building that war hut, and that takes a long time to build.
Yeah.
And a second barracks coming down now for Kaiser, so this is going to be a little bit scary for Raphael potentially. However,
this treasure is actually quite important. Denying the Sioux extra 30% HP is a big deal, and we'll see if he's able to squeeze that out. Yeah,
oh, he does get it. And the
nice
5
denial
Jans,
of that.
5 Jans going to be walking into the base now as well.
I love that.
I don't think it's going to accomplish too much, but he might at least see what kind of buildings going up.
Oh, he could deny the war hut.
Does he get there in time?
Could if he sees it.
I don't think he gets there in time anymore.
I don't think he even sees it.
Yeah, it probably doesn't even have it in line of sight just yet. But he does
quite
confirm
scary in here with the 4 TPs giving him extra HP.
Yeah, he does confirm at least that it is a war hut, and yeah, get some good damage down on that war chief.
He's gonna kill it. He's gonna kill it.
I don't know if that's even.
It's dead. Oh, 1 more shot. He's going for it. Got it.
Okay, that's not the worst place for it to die though. Fun fact: if the war chief is around TPs, it increases his HP, which actually increases his HP regeneration as well.
Really?
Yeah. So he'll be back up in no time. This is looking to be like a pretty decent start for Kaiserklein. Definitely not ideal, though, with 2 trading posts being stolen away from the Sioux player and not really accomplishing too much in the way of punishing the really greedy start from Raphael here.
He is going to get out 10 Jans on this batch using the 700 crate approach, and he can very quickly clean up this line, and he's sitting on the resources to tech stagecoach. So, I mean, these 10 Jans may very well go down to the other TP or something. Where are they going to go? Let's see. I guess they're hanging out here for a second, but
maybe he wants to keep them hidden for a while. He's got the 3 Hussars that just arrived. He's going to be looking to push as soon as that trading post goes down, I believe.
Yeah, it's a great point. Maybe it's just 10 more Jans and then getting in there for a push.
Yeah, look at Raphael. He's saving to age. He only sees 8 Janissaries.
He's totally hiding it. Yeah.
Yeah, he sees 8 Jans and he's like, all right, you're going for the TPs. Whatever, you're playing the slow. I'm gonna just age up and get rifle riders and stuff like that. But this timing push is going to be really, really hard to hold potentially.
Yep, there it is. He's gotten out as many Jans as he possibly can. Maybe he could have gotten out 2 more, but the 3 Hussar are going to really make it so he can't run away here. And it might just be, do you cycle through and just clean out the TPs? Maybe you go probably straight for the war hut, right? I mean, surely getting that out of the way is important.
Probably go for the war hut or a stable or something like that.
You probably leave the cav, to not get shot up by the TC if they start getting hit too hard. But
war chief back up, he's going to get insta-killed.
1 volley on the Explorer and he's dead, so that fast regeneration rate not being too important. But 3 Vills getting caught out here.
Oh,
but they're drawing the Jans away.
Yeah, this is, okay.
Okay, there we go.
Doesn't let himself get baited by that.
And the Explorer's back for more.
Going to get another Vill here.
Yeah, I think this is actually quite a good thing for the Hussar to be out of the base, so they cannot get target fired. Now when Wakina come out, he has an answer.
Is it Wakina, though? Or is
it could be Rifle Riders.
It could be Rifle Riders, which would also be really good against this. I don't know if this is enough for Kaiser. He does get the War Hut, could potentially get the stable as well.
But Raphael's running 6 Vills out of his base. I mean, this has to be enough. He's got 0 Vills gathering and 0 resources. He's in one of those. He's training 3 Rifle Riders, sending 5.
This is pretty smart, just going for the TPs, because you don't know if you have enough time to go for the stable or the town center.
You can't camp on them either now, right?
Yeah, so you go for the TPs because they're relatively low HP, and killing them is essentially hurting your
Hussar's in the back
military.
to snare a few Rifle Riders.
This is so many Rifle Riders, though, with good control. I don't know if there's anything that Otto can really do to kill these.
Do they outrange the Jans?
They don't.
They don't.
But they are.
They got to be really good on land with that instant fire rate and the high speed. But getting pinched in the corner here a little bit, almost losing one.
One does go down, but there's no follow-up other than Janissaries behind this. There's another shipment on the way for Raphael as well. This looks really good for Raphael, to be honest. I mean, there's a lot of units in his base, but he's got 7 Rifle Riders with potentially 9 Wakina or even a 4 Rifle Rider shipment coming behind this.
And you outrange him.
There we go, 4 Rifle Riders, and there's no actual this is all he has, Janissaries. There's no other military building on the map
They do outrange him
for Kaiser.
basically, don't they? I mean, it's like by 1. It's the range is.
It's the same, but it's
equal.
But it's really hard to get all of your Jans in range to fire at the same time when they run away so quickly. Like, just look how strong those are, and this is just looking like such a good start for Raphael now.
Yeah, a couple of Avis here would make all the difference, but at the same time, Raphael has had 16 idle villagers, and Raphael does have Kaiser does have the stagecoach line set up, so he can, with all these extra resources he has, really just transition into a full-on colonial game if he wants to, or he can try to age up. It looks like he's going for Avis. And those Rifle Riders have to be constantly poking the Jans, otherwise he's not going to be able to kind of remass, I think.
Yeah, but I think it's really Kaiser's control that has to be perfect here. Like, those Rifle Riders just do so much damage to the Janissary. Oh no, the artillery
They don't do
foundry.
a lot of damage though. Is he gonna get caught out here? Yeah, he's not gonna. He's gonna have to focus on the Jans here. The Rifle Riders do like 9 damage a shot here.
Yeah, all those Jans do get cleaned up. That would have been a disaster, though, if that artillery foundry had been denied.
Yeah, just such an increase in time because there's no build to finish it.
Thankfully for Kaiserklein, that is up now. And I can't tell you how many times I've been in this position against Kaiserklein. The same one Raphael's in, where it feels like you're really far ahead, and then he starts making Abyss guns, and suddenly he has 30 Abyss, and you can't kill any of them ever. So,
yeah,
I mean, he's not
just so strong. But look at this. 3 Dog Soldiers coming out. That's the kind of thing that can really allow the Rifle Riders to shine, because now the Jans can't kite. They can't turn back in very quickly, and Dog Soldiers have like 700 HP each. Also, what we talked about earlier, the hunting situation is probably...
Oh, that's a nice wall.
Wow, that's a very nice wall segment, yeah.
Not going to accomplish too much here, though, unfortunately. Although, if he pops Abyss guns...
Yeah, if he pops Abyss guns, but look at this. I mean...
All these Jans
all of them are in melee, though. Now, they shouldn't all be in melee, probably, but they are. And the Rifle Riders just cleaning up house here. Almost an equal number of Rifle Riders and Jans, and 3 Abyss is probably not enough to stop this.
Yeah, it looks like Raphael might be a little bit concerned about maybe some Jans popping as well. So Kaiser will hold on for the time being, but that was a really, really good trade from Raphael. He lost almost nothing there. Still 2 Dog Soldiers alive and most of the Rifle Riders.
Yeah, but a lot of them are low HP. 5 of them are low HP, and he's continuing to train Rifle Riders, which personally is not one of my favorite things, just because they cost so many resources to train, and he doesn't have a War Hut. So he's really committed to this line of Rifle Rider harassment winning the game.
Yeah, but I mean, what answer does Kaiserklein have to Rifle Riders right now?
I think it's Abyss, right?
It is Abyss, but it takes a long time for him to get enough Abyss, I think. And he doesn't have any in queue right now either.
3 is probably enough.
He just got a batch of 1 Abyss and 8 Jans. So
I mean, I'd take 4 Abyss against this right now. There's a lot of low HP ones, but we'll see.
Yeah, 5 Axe Riders and 3 more Rifle Riders coming to reinforce this army pretty soon here.
They give him the range advantage too, which is why I think there's just having a couple is so important. It changes how he gets poked. But this is it. A huge conflict here. Looks like this is as strong as Raphael will be for a long time, considering he's buying those very expensive Rifle Riders and he does not have the production facilities up. But he's trying to poke in here. Villagers soaking some of the attack moves. Very effective here. Losing almost 2 Rifle Riders there.
Yeah, but the important thing is that they don't actually go down.
How many? Where do the Abyss come out? Which way?
On top of.
Which way do you send them? You gotta send them up.
Yeah, you kind of have to. This is
there
a really.
They go. Sneaking them out the back. Gonna poke down a few Rifle Riders here. 2 go down already.
Yeah, doesn't even pick off 1 Abyss gun there. So he's definitely
3 down.
Kaiser's doing exactly what he needs to get back into this game. He's starting to get the Abyss count up, and once that's up. It might be a little bit difficult for Raphael to actually do anything productive. However, Raphael is still really mobile with this army, right? And
I think Kaiser intentionally built this outpost and brought his villas up here because of that mobility factor. And this time he is not going to get raided out and lose the game to a couple of Axe Riders. He's going to be able to put on all the pressure he wants.
Yeah, his army's going to be nearby, and that tower's going to keep his villas nice and safe as well. So that's really nice from him. And not a lot of vills elsewhere on the map, just on the couple gold mines back at home with still tons of gold in them too. So yeah, he is actually pretty safe for the time being, although he does have to make sure that, oh, he backherded the Bison away from the tower.
He has crossed the threshold, the 25 villager Ottoman threshold. That's often hard to cross. About to lose 3 vills anyway. So fast, the Sioux have. But just as I say, he crossed it. He drops right back down to 24 villagers. He does have the techs in to be able to go above that villager cap. So we're not going to see hunting dogs. I hear in the crowd has been researched for Ottoman. That's a big tech. For the Ottomans never get the market upgrade. So meanwhile, though, all the villas at the outpost under pressure, both TPs falling down. That gives a lot of the defender's advantage kind of disappears when you lose the TPs.
Yep, but he's got to be careful here. He's splitting up his Apis guns from his Jans underneath the town center. Okay, nothing is gonna pop, but all the villagers are garrisoned at the moment. But yeah, this is looking to be really scary now. Those two Apis gun upgrade cards in already. Third one could potentially be coming in next, and those Apis guns are looking really, really scary.
Yeah, there's just a lot happening. You can see, looking at Raphael's perspective right now, he's just trying desperately to set up some semblance of a position here and avoid the Ottoman at the same time. And this is kind of what we see in a lot of auto games, is just this death ball running around the map, and you're kind of on constant migration mode. And these villagers, Raphael noticing a little bit late, he's got to be able to sneak those out. And I think he's going to get there with his army there to protect him. But it might also force an engagement he doesn't want to take until that fire pit goes up.
Yeah, he definitely wants that war dance helping him out.
He's about to get vet somethings. What are those? Vet cav?
Oh, this could be dangerous. The Apis gun's a little bit out of position here.
Yeah, Tac Dance is on full move here, but at the same time, there's not a lot of HP left on the Rifle Riders and not a lot of Axe Riders either to contest.
I don't know.
His huge exchange.
Ottoman's actually dropping units so quickly, though, isn't he?
Yeah,
he might be okay. More Axe Riders coming, though.
Those Axe Riders are big.
There's not enough Janissaries.
Yeah,
and this whole army's going to get cleaned up. And that's GG.
Wow. Baiting him in there. He kind of pulled Kaiser into this back, a sense of security as he continually avoided the engagements and pulled him right into the back of the map. And once that happened, he just pounced on them with the Vet Cav upgrade.
Yeah, really well played again by Raphael. Kaiser maybe being a little bit too greedy early on. I mean, he almost had the best timing he could have had, but was a little bit too slow. And just Raphael managed to get out the Rifle Riders, which managed to be just really strong in this matchup.
Yeah, it turns out maybe he should have targeted the stable, because 3 extra Rifle Riders were trained out of that stable, and we did get to the point in the game where he could finally stop training those, about 10 minutes into the game, and at that point is when the army started to get really scary, when Joaquinas and Axe Riders are hitting the field.
Yep, it's definitely a pretty rough position to be in.
Yeah, now this puts Kaiserklein from being in a huge upward swing to on his last leg here. If he loses the next game, he's out of the series.
Yeah, match point. It's do or die time now, but it's also Pampas Sierras, which is a non-TP map. It's a map that Kaiser's maybe not super comfortable on. However, that being said, Raphael's 2 best non-TP civs, India and Russia, are both gone. He can't use them anymore, so maybe Kaiser could make a comeback here.
Yeah, he's not going to be able to...
Although there's still Dutch.
There's always still Dutch, right? I mean, people avoid Dutch like the plague, though. I think it's kind of scary to first pick Dutch in a tournament setting.
Right. It's also not been performing super well this tournament, it feels like.
It's all these civs that people play all the time in ladder games and online, and they seem really good. And then when we get to the tournament situation, everyone's kind of got those figured out, so they have their counter strats lined up, and we end up seeing different things, right? I mean, I've seen more Ottoman in this tournament than I've seen in a long time, so.
Yep, and it's been doing pretty well. But just waiting for Raphael to take a quick bathroom break before we jump into what could potentially be the final game of this series. And yeah, we'll see what he chooses on this map. I think it's probably going to be the Dutch. Could also be British, I suppose. Raphael does have a pretty deep civ pool, so.
Yeah, I mean, definitely has a very deep civ pool, and that's where Kaiser also kind of struggles a bit. But he hasn't won as many games, so he's got quite a bit of flexibility left in the series.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think that the civ selections are going to be too much of an issue in this upcoming game. And here we are getting a recap, just to recap the series a little bit while we wait. So game number 1 was that German mirror. Tons of back and forth action with Doppels. Kaiser coming off to an early lead. Then we had that Euro versus German where it was a very early head start for Kaiserklein, getting the Kanya and the Tamas into his base, and tons of raids later, he manages to squeeze out a victory. We then took a quick break, and when we came back, it was just win after win after win for Kaiserklein.
For Raphael,
or
you mean.
Raphael, I mean, yes, that 35-minute India game, the quick Russia game, Auto mirror, we just tons of action back and forth here, but Raphael's really pulling ahead.
Yeah, he's been playing really, really well. Pampas will be our next map, though, and Raphael is back in the chair, so we'll wait to see what he does select here.
Yeah, what civ will it be? Once again, he's in the hot seat for picking first.
Yep, that's what it's been all series long. This is, well, not all series long, but for the last 3 games. But, that's part of the tricky situation of being in Kaiserklein's shoes now. Even if you win on the counterpick here, you have to win on
3 more counterpicks or something ridiculous, right?
Right,
2 more
yeah,
counterpicks.
2 more. You have to pick first 2 more times if you win this game as Kaiser. So it's going to be a really rough road to get back into this.
Yeah, and when you look at the civs, what does Raphael have left to pick? Lots of things. I mean, he's got Brits, he's got Germans, French, all of the staple civs. He's really only played India, which is a very common civ, and then 3 of the very niche civs, right? The Russia, Otto, and Sioux aren't necessarily like like people don't usually main Ottoman or main Sioux. They just kind of have those in their back pocket.
Yep. Here we go, though. It's going to be the Dutch coming out from Raphael. No big surprise there, I think. Dutch being one of his comfort civs, one of the civs he's known for playing a lot and being really successful on. So what does Kaiser answer with? I'm pretty sure it's going to be the Russia, but you never know. He could try something else.
I mean, I think it's got to be the Russia. It's unfair now because he's picked it. He's locked it in, so we can't even discuss it. But definitely, when you look at non-TP civs that Kaiser plays, it's Russia. So.
Yeah, Russia is one of his best civs, and yeah, it looks like he is going to go for it. You don't, I guess, when you're down to the last possible match, you don't try to drag things on with something you're not as comfortable with, and yeah, this is a matchup that I think will be a little bit tough for Raphael potentially. Going to be checking his deck quickly before he goes in game, but I know that Kaiser has played this matchup a lot in particular, so he's probably feeling pretty confident about this game.
Yeah, this is. I feel like this is a matchup that Russia often wins, but I've also seen that LordRaphael knows how to when to send the Colonial Militia, for example. He's got a couple tricks up his sleeve that work really well in these settings.
Yeah,
so.
And he's also proven all series long, no matter how far behind he is, he will find a way to at least make you work for it.
Yeah, or just outright win, right?
Or outright win, one of the two.
Yeah, I mean. That India game in particular, I think that's going to be one of the highlights of the entire tournament.
Yeah, that was a really, really good game for sure.
Just waiting for the admin once again to get the series underway. Final game potentially for the series if Kaiserklein cannot pull it together here and get a victory and start the momentum going the other way. This is game number 7, Kaiserklein versus LordRaphael on Pampas Sierras.
Yep, almost loaded into the game here. Hopefully no restarts.
Yeah, hopefully. This is an EP map, so we should be good. All right, spawning in the bottom of the map on Pampas Sierras, we have LordRaphael playing as the Dutch. On game point here after a tremendous comeback after the break, sending his envoy and scout out to look for the llamas that are out across the map and running into a 75 wood treasure, which he will probably start immediately, I'd imagine. Yep, there he goes. Easy enough when you're playing as the Russians on the other side of the map with only 1 scout. Kaiserklein sending his explorer out across the map, starting to herd and train those villagers as we always do in the beginning of every game. Oh, admin pause. Do we have a map issue? On Fog of War it.
Don't think you can turn Fog of War off while it's paused, unfortunately.
Yeah, they will.
But,
well, they'll definitely rematch over a missing coin mine for a Dutch player, but maybe.
Most like where?
Oh, because 75 wood. He just want to give it up.
He might want to keep that 75 wood for sure.
I don't know if you get to know where it is. I think you just get to know that you don't have one. So, third mine, fair enough. I think would you give up third mine for 75 gold? I would for sure against Russia. The treasure, you're not making. If you make it to third mine, then like something's already going very good for you.
Yeah, the early game is the most important thing, and if you give up your early game for a restart, maybe you end up in a bit of trouble.
Yeah, he's got like a great path to the llamas right now. Oh, he's taking the re. Okay, I guess he's feeling like he can do better than that, and I would have taken the 75 wood, but woo.
Everyone excited about the rehost. Apparently, it's more exciting than it seems. Anyway, we do want to make sure that the map is as fair as possible, so a restart is totally fine, and it won't take very long for us to get into game by any means.
Yep, I think both these players have been pretty ready with their game plans. We haven't had to wait too long for players to think or pick civs, so.
Yep, it's been good. Most of the cast has been spent in game, so.
Makes it easy on us. We just get to watch great Age of Empires and talk about it. All right, we are loading in here. Game number 7 again. This is Kaiserklein versus LordRaphael in the last semifinals of the day. Kaiserklein's life is on the line here in this final game, and starting, well, EP recorded game always takes longer than I think. Starting in the top of the map, we have LordRaphael spawning in the color red as Dutch, and at the bottom of the map, we have Kaiserklein spawning in the blue as Russian, quickly picking up a 60 food treasure here, whereas the Dutch player is just getting out on the map immediately. Envoy actually going the other way this time? No, maybe not. He's well-dressed, but is not going to the llama party. So looks like this explorer is going to get out there and try to get the llamas himself. Usually we see the Envoy go out there for the extra line of sight.
It looks like he's heading that way now, maybe a little bit of a misclick or something like that. But either way, shouldn't slow him down too much. 120 XP going to be spotted from Kaiserklein here, which is not super helpful for Russia, so it looks like he's going to prioritize the llamas a little bit. Also doesn't want to maybe get caught taking that treasure when Raphael himself comes across it, as it's pretty common for both players' scouts to show up in the middle of the map here.
Yes, and just watching this conflict unfold, looks like the line is going to be drawn a little bit past halfway, and Raphael will probably come out slightly ahead on the llamas here, right? If we take off Fog of War, it could probably be a 3 to 5 llama, so not a big difference, but a slight one. And Raphael will probably send his explorer back here to cycle through the remaining llamas. And maybe the Envoy will be lucky enough to snag these, or is Kaiser going to escort them? Ooh, they can't even get out that way.
Looks like he's just going to potentially leave them. Do they fit that way? They might. They might.
They must.
There we go.
Sneaky.
So it looks like the Envoy won't be spotting those, but they will be spotting a 90 coin treasure that Kaiser seems keen to go for.
Yeah, and that gives 75 wood back again. It's unavoidable. Although he definitely can see it because we have Fog of War on.
It looks like he's going to go for 120 XP instead, though, maybe.
Seems good without a TP, right?
And that 75 wood is totally safe back there. Like, it's really unlikely that Russia scouts that. You can go for that at any point.
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, that's one of the least important places to scout on this entire map. Once you cycle out the llamas, you want to be on the right-hand side to look for some of these big treasures that come up over there. You definitely don't want to be in the back corner hoping that there's an untouched 75 wood.
Yeah, for sure. Looks like he will get the 120 XP pretty comfortably as well. Kaiser walking back up towards it. I don't know if he can get there in time.
He might. That wolf reset on him.
I don't think. I think Raphael's got this pretty safely. However, he could get harassed here while he's taking it.
Yeah, he's got an Envoy, though, to get out of it. I don't know that Kaiser's going to want to set up that type of a situation.
Yeah, it looks like he's going to take a few shots here. Just follow him into the fog. He needs to scout this way anyway, so might as well get some free damage.
And there's really no treasures to speak of on the right, so it's just that 75 wood is the only thing that we're looking at, and this 40 food, I suppose, 30 food.
Yep, but Raphael is clicking up now with the Quartermaster. Nothing too surprising here. Going to be switching those vills over to wood, looking to build that early bank, get that early experience going and everything. Kaiserklein also clicking up himself. Pretty reasonable age up time for Russia, clicking up before 3 minutes. And he's also switched all his villagers to wood, but instead of a bank, he's going to be going for likely a blockhouse in the middle of the map, I would imagine.
Yeah, I mean, I can't imagine anything else. That's why you play Russia, right? Is so you can put that blockhouse on the same screen as the Dutch's town center and make them really struggle.
Yeah, and Raphael just commenting that maybe he shouldn't have restarted, but
yeah, it's not always
well.
about the mines, right? Sometimes it's a slightly better hunt spawn that might make you feel better.
Yep, but
Eating a llama
oh well.
to get the bank in?
Looks like 2 Vills going to be coming forward for Kaiser, so there is going to be a forward blockhouse. Not going to be any stable or any shenanigans like that, most likely. And yeah, I guess the name of the game here will be how much damage can Russia do to Dutch before they manage to get enough units out to really
but look at
themselves.
LordRaphael's perspective. Just as we left his camera, his envoy went right into frame here and has been able to detect this blockhouse. He's going to pick up the 75 wood. A lot of times this isn't actually that helpful to scout. I mean, you kind of already know it's going to happen. So, but it's always nice to have that confirmation.
Yeah, definitely not going to be changing too much, but is nice to confirm for sure. So he's up now. Looks like he's got quite a few vills on gold, so he's going to be going for what looks like to be a bank wagon start, which means he'll get units a little bit more quickly, be a little bit safer than if you went for maybe 700 wood. And stable going down as well, market going to be going down in the front, and even dropping down to wall segment just to try and keep this gold mine and this hunt as safe as possible.
Yeah, this is a really solid base building. There's a couple of cracks in the buildings. Those allow infantry but not cav to get through many of them, and a lot of times it's nice to have small holes in your base because you can control those. You can stop units in them. You can bait units through, and that's the kind of base that Raphael's setting up here. One that very much creates these pockets where he can trap with Minutemen or shipments. And 5 muskets out. 1 volley goes down on a villager, but all the villagers are safe and staying within TC range. A couple of muskets may fall here to chase down this envoy.
Yeah, 5 Cossacks now out as well. 1 Hussar in queue for Raphael. But with this gold mine out in front, I don't know if you'll be able to get out more than a couple Hussars.
Yeah, it's a pretty far mine, and you can see Raphael really risking the mining here because he knows he needs the gold. He's housed as well, so he might not be able to get out more than 2. And yeah, only 2 Husks come out.
Oh,
but
the 8 pikes though. That's a really nice catch.
And this is what we're talking about, right? That really difficult choke to get through. And look at these Cossacks. He's managed to pick up so many of them just because of that strong base building.
Yeah, that was a really nice pop from Raphael. However, he doesn't have a shipment on the way. There's not going to be any 700 wood or anything like that. So no barracks going to be coming up for him, which means Kaiserklein can just sit outside the base and sort of freely siege the market or deny this gold mine a little bit. So,
yeah.
He gets a little bit of compensation for losing the Cossacks there. And now there is a shipment for Raphael, likely going to be the 700 wood on the way. But until that arrives, Kaiserklein has a little bit of freedom to be a little bit aggressive here. But looks like he himself is going to be backing off, likely sending 700 wood himself, actually.
Yeah, I think that's got to be the play. Going for the classic 2 blockhouse build outside the base. And Raphael, as always, it's almost like as soon as anyone leaves his base, there's 2 cav on the way out.
Yeah, and this is really, really good as well because he knows he killed most of the Cossacks, and he knows there is really unlikely to already be a stable up or anything like that here for Russia. So those Hussars can come pretty much uncontested onto the map. However, Kaiserklein spotting them nearly instantly, maybe a little bit traumatized from the raids, so he's keeping an eye out for them. Also bringing his Cossacks home just to make sure that there's a little bit of safety there.
Yep, 4 more Hussar running out to on the other flank. This is a time when looks like deleted stable. Where is it going to get built? In base stable, but this is actually a fairly vulnerable position. I could see us in 15 seconds seeing this 4 cav on top of the stable.
Yeah, it could potentially get denied. That's why he's brought his musketeers back just a little bit, just to make sure that they are nearby in case anything happens.
They're not quite close enough, though.
True. But they're also not too far from the
terrifying.
forward base in case there's like a big pike timing that comes or anything. But yeah, here we go. It could actually get denied. Musketeers moving down immediately. Going to lose 1, maybe 2 villagers. Yeah, 2 villagers going to go down.
There's Cossacks here, though, and the muskets. And there's another raid on the right. Wow, what a coordinated raid. I mean, like we said, when Raphael raids fairly often, but 1, 2, 3 villagers dying here.
4 villagers.
4 villagers. Is this the 5th?
That's the fourth.
That's the fourth, okay. But just such strong coordination, and this felt like really difficult to deal with somehow. Like Raphael just knew exactly where to put his cav all the way through there.
Yeah, that was really, really well executed from him. And yeah, just look at the economy now. Like just having lost all those villagers, he's pretty far behind. He does get a nice catch on the Hussars here.
One Cossack still up to provide the snare. Raphael doing a good job here disengaging it though. And will he be able to pull that other one out and survive here?
Looks like no, not quite.
Gosh, he's just getting battered by those ruskets. Luckily,
Yeah,
they do like 2 damage a swing. So
yeah, he saw the units
not
going
losing
to
even a single Hussar yet.
Saw the units going to intercept and chose to
Pikes,
take the
meanwhile, on
damage
his
walking
block.
up there. Yeah, I mean, losing one blockhouse isn't even a big deal, right? He's got a second one right there, so it's not going to be the end of the world, but it's definitely a nice pickup for Raphael. Will lose 5 population as well for losing that blockhouse, but he does kill a couple of pikemen as well with the blockhouses for that, so it's definitely not for free.
Yeah, definitely not totally for free. And the 3 cav coming back in again. It's just very tough in Kaiser's position. He has to constantly be consolidating all of his economy into a single point, and when your mine spawns a little far like this, there's really nowhere for him to consolidate to right now unless he wants to mine all the way up here. And or if he gets some Cossacks out, which is what he's doing right now, I'm sure.
More importantly, this pressure is drawing the Cossacks away from his base. Well, the one Cossack away from his base, and Raphael's actually aging right now.
Exactly right, and he's almost done on his way to Fortress Age with 0 pressure set up here.
Yeah, this is looking really good for Raphael already. He's just played really, really well up to this point, and he's only got 3 banks, but he's set up really nicely at home with the building wall, another wall going down as well, and any timing that Kaiser might go for will be really hard to execute, especially as his Cossacks are forced to deal with these Hussars.
Yep, and now Raphael's fortress and Kaiser's army is so far out of position he can't even consider moving out. There's probably a shipment on the way. Reuter skirm, so it's probably going to be like that 8 skirm or the 9 Reuter, probably 9 Reuter, right? Just to be sure that he doesn't die here.
Yeah, probably the Reuters for sure. But here we go. Going to be the timing coming in here, but I don't know if there's a lot of room to get into the base here. He's going to take a lot of damage from these skirmishers pretty much for free.
Yeah, 1 Cossack going in. This is exactly what we're talking about, that choke. And pretty much any second now, we are about to see 9 Reuters pop out behind that wall segment and really cut this off for him.
Yeah, just look at the positioning there.
He is getting in, but there's the 9 Reuters.
Yeah, he did get into a reasonably good position, but it took a long time to get there.
Now the skirms are stuck, though.
Yeah.
Oh, wow. Actually, I take that back. Apparently, they can just walk through that little hole. And now he's managed to get out with pretty minimal damage and Minutemen out as well. Kaiser has to back off.
Yep. I mean, he didn't take the greatest of trades there, but honestly, I think as the Dutch player, you don't really care so much if you take a poor trade, as long as you don't die in Fortress and don't lose a lot of villagers. Usually that tech advantage will be enough to keep you in the game and put you in a really good position. There's another Hussar raid also coming down here, and there's nothing to defend these villagers.
There we go. 5 Hussars on top of his villagers, and this might actually be enough to signal a GG. I have this feeling it's quite hard to come back from this this number of villagers being killed. And there's pressure on his only blockhouse out front. He needs these Cossacks to be in both places, and they can't.
Yeah, he's got to catch these Hussars, or he's pretty much dead in the water. He needs the compensation there, but no, he actually leaves them alive, and they're going to be cutting through the back door here, looking for some more villagers. And he's going to try to save the blockhouse, but I don't think he has enough infantry. And oh, here we go though. 13 Strelets popping out, 10 Strelets as well popping out from the blockhouse. This might be what he needs,
except of this.
More raids though. Yeah, it's even if he wins this fight,
can he walk away? He's actually struggling to get away here.
Looks like the Reuters will get away, but the skirmishers looks like they are going to get caught. But off the back of this, Kaiser has to kill a lot of villagers in order to compensate for what he's lost, and he's got a lot of idle villagers about to be harassed by these Hussars again, but another batch of Cossacks going to be making them safely.
I know it sounds really weird. He's only down 6 vills.
Oh, you're right. I mean, I guess there's only 3 banks, right?
Yeah.
Normally, you'd expect 4 or 5 banks.
He sacked a lot of eco to pull this off, and 7 Reuters is a pretty aggressive card coming too. I think it's really going to come down to almost if he can hold this blockhouse, actually, as weird as that sounds. He did finally catch the cav, I would guess.
Right. I guess he's not in the worst position, but you have to, he did catch the raiding Hussars, but you have to remember where Kaiser is probably mentally in this game. Like, he's just lost Vills left and right. LordRaphael's in
Score looks
Fortress.
kinda scary, right?
Score looks scary. You don't know how many banks Dutch has. Like,
Warriors is coming in though. That could be a timing.
Yeah, that could be strong. But like Kaiserklein just has no idea how far behind he or equal or whatever he is, right? So it's a tough situation to be in.
Oh, this is going to be absolutely so frustrating. He's trying to put up walls to prevent exactly this. This raid from coming, and I think it's going to hit him either way.
It might pick up a couple
he's cutting a different
Cossacks.
angle. He's going to get at least 2 Cossacks here. 3 Cossacks here. And I think he's going to try to initiate on that, but when he sees the Strelets, he wisely backs off, and he's going to definitely go into this back pocket.
He can see the dead animals there. He knows there's a lot of villagers here, and maybe not quite. Maybe he can get the wall up in time.
Honestly, it could be a nice trap getting through there.
Looks like he is going to get the wall up in time, and only the Hussar is going to be committed to the raid here, but that's enough. I mean, Raphael is going to be just, again, drawing that attention away from his base, and
this all buys time for Dutch to get more Fortress Age units, right?
Yeah, for
He's
sure.
going full cav too, so the Strelets are going to be the Cossacks aren't going to be the most effective.
These
here.
Hussars, though, they have nowhere to run, although a couple more back at home gonna not quite get a Vil. Oh, there's actually a hole in the wall up here too, so the Hussars actually do escape.
And this blockhouse going down. Feels like Raphael has got Kaiser on the run at all times.
Yeah, but thankfully, Kaiser rebuilding that blockhouse at home just ahead of time, aware that that is not defensible.
And he's back for more blood here, going after more Vils in the base, killing all the low HP ones that he left behind. There's another 2 Vils dropping, and these Cav are going to go obviously abuse that hole. Why would you not go back through it? And he knows that this is the last hunt available on all of Kaiser's half of the map, so villagers have to be here. And he's right on top of the hunt, sending the 4 Hussar shipment in the meanwhile, and just continuing to go double stable, basically, it looks like. Or
Yeah,
full
which
cav, rather.
seems like it will be really strong against this Strelet Cossack composition that Kaiser's gone for. But looks like Kaiser taking a page out of Raphael's book, going for a raid himself, and the Reuter is pretty far away, so he might be able to pick up a few Vils here for himself. But this is potentially going to be a pretty scary timing to hold with the Vet Hussars and the Skirmishers in here.
He has sensed a little something when he saw the Vet Tech come in. He started to make only muskets now to try to round out his army,
what? His Cossacks aren't even going to finish the Vils, and they're just going to get killed by the Reuters. No.
No. That one villager kill.
Yeah, that was not ideal for sure. Skirm is walking in, not accomplishing too much, but also not getting caught.
Raphael's also kind of hunting in a very odd spot if this ever gets seen.
All right. Looks like the Hussar is going to be coming in here,
This is a
trying to
huge
get
engage.
onto the Strelets. This is going to be probably
I think
fight.
Do you think he's just going to jam all the units in there, just kind of walk past and try to get the Strelets on top
Yeah,
of the
I don't know that there's enough Ruskets here. Look at how many better Hussars are here. Strelets are really
there's a
strong,
lot
but the
of
Cossacks actually getting into a pretty good position. The Reuters not being able to pick those off too easily, but yeah, just
Minutes
looking.
coming out too, and villagers tanking. This is as good as this could have gone, and I still think it's not going to be enough. 3 more Cossacks come out, and the Reuters actually melting really fast here. There's only a few Hussars left.
You say a few, but 6 is maybe
more than a few
more
against
than a few
Strelets.
against
Fair
Strelets. Yeah. So the Minutemen trying to focus down the Hussars as best as they can, but
And GG
that's actually going to
from
be the
Kaiserklein.
GG.
That will end the series.
Yeah, really, really impressive performance from Raphael. I mean, Kaiser started 2-0, looked pretty strong, but Raphael just followed up, winning the next 5 games in a row, playing really, really well.
Yeah, and Kaiser had a lead like most of the time in those games. Like right up to in the beginning of like half of those games, I thought there's no way you can come back from this.
Yeah, and all those games were just really, really close, really fun to watch, and it was just a fantastic series.
Yeah, absolutely. I think at this point we're probably going to get ready for a quick break before we head into an interview with our winner, LordRaphael.
Welcome back, everyone. We are here with LordRaphael after his victory over Kaiserklein. Now our second finalist, going to be playing against Diaruga tomorrow to be crowned the champion of the New World Championship. How do you feel?
Very good. I didn't expect to even make it to the finals, and yeah, after the first 2 games, I was pretty disappointed, and I'm really happy I could make it.
Yeah, and you really took it back in the Deccan game, right? The third game where you played India against his French, and it went all the way to Industrial, and it looked like you might lose at some point against the big Falcon at the Musketeer mess, but your Mahout call was really good there.
Yeah, I mean, basically I felt like I had won the game after his push failed, and his cannons surprised me really hard, and then actually I didn't even want to fight. I wanted to just send siege elephants, and then I realized I didn't have them in deck. I guess that's what happens when you just make a deck on the fly. You forget important cards, and yeah, so I really thought I had to fight those 4 cannons, and it went awful, I guess. And yeah, after that I was actually thinking I'm gonna lose that game, yeah, because he played extremely well. I think he outplayed me, to be honest, there. Like, after that cleanup, I think he played better overall. But luckily, India on Deccan is pretty strong, and the late game 400 wood rice paddies are pretty strong. Yeah.
Did you think of the Carnimada from the start? Because I think you did put a villager forward. Were you planning on making an aggro fort?
Yeah, I was planning on making an aggro fort, but when he was blocking it, I pretty much immediately, like, it was kind of in the back of my mind to do that if he tries to block it. I then tried to sell it that I would still be going for an aggro, but yeah, I don't know if he bought that.
Right, we should ask him later then. 4th game, what was that again? Was that Thar Desert, the Russian Mirror?
Yeah.
Right, and I believe last time you did the Russian Mirror as well, right, versus Snow, and there you went with 700 wood in your base, and this time you basically tried to counter your own strategy by going 5 Cossacks first. Which one do you now prefer?
I mean, both are map dependent, basically. I mean, I had 160 wood, I believe. Excuse me. And though I knew I had an advantage and that I could pressure a bit and take the map, and also I didn't have that many hunts like as I did versus Snow, so I decided to go aggressively. He almost pulled it back, like I underestimated how big his push would be, but luckily I managed to survive.
Yeah, he got out a lot of Cossacks, but I think when I saw the stream from the other perspective, he didn't scout one of the hunt he had west to his base as well, which is probably why he pushed out earlier than he would have wanted.
Yeah, but I think he pushed at a perfect time, to be honest. Like, I was just transitioning, and if he had pushed later, it would have probably not gone so well for him.
Right, and what was the game after that? Do you remember?
I think the game after that was New England, right? The Ottoman mirror. Yeah. You fell behind very early, but you managed to make a very clean comeback, despite him having 4 stagecoach trading posts and even a military advantage for a long time.
Yeah, I think it all came down to him losing the warships so easily, and then when he tried to kill my warships, I could regain that Abus gun advantage, and my cav switch pretty much surprised him. So yeah, it was a close game, and I actually was pretty surprised that I won that, to be honest.
Yeah, definitely. And after that we went into, I think, Sioux versus Ottoman on high plains. And well, I think Kaiser was pretty disappointed with that victory there, because at some point he was right in your base with all his Janissaries, but somehow you pulled it off in the third age, kiting the Janissaries with rival riders. That must have been a pretty tense moment.
Yeah, I mean, I think, I'm not sure if he could have sieged the TC. Maybe he could have, and well, if he had done that, it probably would have been over. Like, I saw the 2 racks, but he pushed so late that I actually thought he changed his mind, I don't know, and would try to age himself. Yeah, and then not sieging the TC was probably the mistake that cost him the game, because then like Sioux, the H3 composition for Sioux is just so much better than Gen A bus that you almost can't lose anymore.
Right. And then we went in the final game already. Which one was that? Do you? Oh wait, that was Dutch versus Russia, right?
Yeah, final game, Dutch versus Russia. Just really good building placement from you, really nice raids as well. All series long, really nice raids, but especially that last game, coordinating 3 different sides all at once before he had enough Cossacks out to defend it. How did you feel going into that matchup?
I mean, I knew he would pick Russia, right? So I picked that matchup deliberately, but I think it's Russia favor, but I just didn't want to play Aztecs, I guess, versus Russia, so I kind of had to pick Dutch. And yeah, then in the first game we had a restart, and like I had actually a pretty good start, right, with 75 wood, and my mine was in the back, so I'm not entirely sure if I should have rehosted that game, because then I got like a really forward mine, and yeah, then I was actually feeling extremely bad then, but luckily I was able to catch his 8 pikes, and from that point on, I think I played a pretty good game, to be honest. That was like the one game I was really satisfied with, because I raided well, and yeah, I played overall. I was pretty happy with that.
So very confident in that last game, and now you're going to the finals, going to play against Daruga tomorrow. Are you feeling just as confident in that match?
I'm a bit sad that I'm gonna play the Daruga, because I really wanted to play versus Tappen and get that rematch, because I don't know, I think I could beat Tappen, and I kind of wanted to prove it to myself that that was kind of a fluke, and that I actually can win versus him. But yeah, I don't know. I guess I'm not neither confident nor like afraid, I guess.
Right, okay. Well, so tomorrow we have LordRaphael versus Daruga, and we also have Tappen versus Kaiserklein, the bronze finals, to see who is the 3rd and the 4th player, I guess. So now we're gonna close off the stream, but after this we're gonna have a subscriber-only stream where H2O is gonna play Garja indeed, right? Are you... Yeah, so the old champion, H2O, finally coming back, not as a caster this time, but as a player to play the mighty G. Let's see some prayers in the chat from our subscribers. Are you going to cast that one too, Maido? What do you think about that matchup?
It's definitely going to be a fun match. I don't know who's casting, actually. I might cast if they ask me to, but either way, it's going to be a lot of fun for sure.
Right, so a subscriber-only stream now, H2O versus Garja, and for all the others, I will see you tomorrow in the finals of the New World Championships 2019.